ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم.
The spirit of a nation as nursing, because we are the ones who tell the stories that matter, and we spiritually nurture the nation. And so take it seriously. And he said, if at any time you're not willing to die in a garret for your art, leave, because somebody else behind you is. So I trained as an actor. I did some small tours here and there. I did, a couple of walk-ons on EastEnders and things like that. And it really wasn't getting anywhere. And so I thought about my dad's words. And I also thought, you know what? Being unemployed is horrible. And am I really going to sit the rest of my life waiting to play a single mum with 2 lines on the bill, as it was back then, right? Or whatever is the current series. I thought, I'm sure I've got something more in me, and I'm really interested in politics. So I retrained. I was an early retrainer, and I did a night course in journalism, and I lasted 6 weeks before getting kicked out.
Why did you get kicked out?
Why did I get kicked out? Because I wrote my first interview, and it was an interview assignment that we had. And the lecturer said, Lauren, let me speak to you. And at the end, she said, this is brilliant. You can write. You're obviously politically connected, so you can get into Fleet Street. She said, please don't waste your time. I've got nothing to teach you. Go out and get a job. Isn't that amazing for a lecturer to do that? And I did. I went in and I started when Princess Diana died. That
was in 97.
97. Yes, I did a story for, I think it was it the Sunday Mirror, about the lookalikes, the Diana lookalikes not having jobs. So embarrassing. But you have to start somewhere, right? It was such a naff piece. It didn't even make it into the Sunday Mirror. But I was on the road.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah,
absolutely. So at that point, how long did that last? That your time at that paper?
That was just a training. That was just about 6 weeks. And then the Evening Standard offered me a column about a girl about town. It was very much ladette culture. And I was like, I was hanging out with Zoe Ball and people like that in various... Everybody saw me and everybody knew me. And I was doing interesting things. So that's easy to write about if you understand words.
But you said people knew you, but why did they know you?
They knew me because I was related to Tony Blair, but also because I was noisy and gobby and always opinionated and always, turning up at protests and being passionate. People like authenticity. Yeah, success for me has always been being authentic and true to your voice. It's not about numbers on a sheet.
So while you were, as a journalist, being related to Tony Blair, obviously as his wife is your half-sister, I understand. But then at the same time, you're somebody who was known in their own right, as somebody who's quite outspoken, opinionated, an activist. How did you care how or did Tony actually care? I'm going to call him Tony, but did he care at all about how you were coming across and I suppose how you were acting in public life, and almost openly you were protesting against him and his policies at the time, because this is where we were coming towards the Iraq War.
With the benefit of distance, I can see that actually I think Tony and Cherie were trying to protect me, because they could see that I was really naive, although I was around 27 years old. I know I was 30 in 97, gosh, but I wasn't part of that Fleet Street world. And they wanted to eat me alive. They wanted me to, one, bash the Labour government, and two, be humiliated and humiliating. I couldn't see that at the time. I'm like, oh, Piers Morgan, what a nice guy. He's a bit of a laugh. And so it's, you know, and I always thought that there was a certain amount of venom there and I wouldn't trust them. But everybody, I couldn't see the woods for the trees. I couldn't see other people's criteria. And that's a level of naivety that's very dangerous. I do remember around 98, 99 at the Labour Party conference, at a bar, Auzu Billah, with Piers Morgan and, what was his name? David somebody, who was the head of The Sun at the time. And the editor of The Sun looked at Piers Morgan and said, I can't, no, he looked at me and he said, I can't wait to write about you and splash you on the front page because we're going to annihilate you. This is people that you're...
He said that to your fans?
Yeah. And I turned to Piers and I said, you wouldn't do that to me, would you, Piers? And he said, absolutely not, Lauren. I'd call you first for your side of the story.
Well, he showed his true colours as of recent, hasn't he?
Right. And so you start to get a feeling of, I'm out of my depths. And I say, and for a good 5-6 years, I was out of my depths, trying to learn my craft, trying to do what was true and useful with my voice that had accidentally found me by the grace of Allah, but in amongst the sharks.
It's perhaps a strange question, but do you think people trusted you? Because again, the reason why I say that is, for somebody who is so connected to a leading political figure, as you know, did they trust that these were your genuine feelings and sentiments, or do you feel that you were just rebelling against somebody you just didn't like?
No, I don't think it's about me. I think in that world, who is genuine? What does that even mean? Everybody either has a wish to be in a position of power or wealth, and preferably wealthy with power. And they will do what they need to do to get to that place. And so the way that is delineated is people just kind of, you know, when you see these sci-fi movies, it's like, I don't know why I did that kind of closing doors. That's a Starship Enterprise. It's meant to be, I'm doing with my hand a kind of a taser, kind of like, you know, when you try to, the numbers of somebody come up, like, you know, 20 points for accuracy, 2 points for confidence, whatever it is. So I'm kind of trying to imitate that. Everybody is looking at themselves in that way. And so I was just I was just one of the crowd. I was just like, who is this new arrival who drinks too much, is way too loud, her skirt is too short, she's way too opinionated, what does she want? And how can we help her get there whilst using what she has? That's that world. That's very disturbing. True or not true? You're in it. You're in it.
No,
come on.
I agree. I would say that there aren't. It's very difficult to trust people in this industry when it comes to film and TV and media in general, because you're not always sure what their ulterior motives are.
The insecurity about likes and clicks, that was just starting to come in when I was at the Daily Mail and the Mail on Sunday, as comments under the piece started to matter. Before that, people were free to have journalistic credibility. You wrote a really meaningful article. You were a John Pilger. You were a Robert Fisk, or you were whatever that version is in your area. And it didn't matter in a way what other people said, as long as you had good accuracy and good respect in your circle, right? Then it became, why are the public having the right to comment on this? And then it became, the public comments influence what you say.
Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people who know of you but don't know enough about you will always want to be asking that question around, where did your first exposure to Islam, when did that happen, and how did you view Islam as somebody, approaching, 2010, which is the year in which you became a Muslim? What was your view, and how did you feel about Muslims and the community?
I think it's really important to acknowledge that even today, most British people know nothing about Islam, and many don't care to know. So I went to a girls' school in North London called Copthall, and we did that usual kind of interfaith sort of religious studies, and they would have done 2 weeks on Hinduism and 2 weeks on Islam, and so it kind of gets confused because you've got Asian girls in your class, and they all have long hair, and they all have weird names. I'm putting this into a 1970s, 80s context, by the way. I can hear my daughter going, "Don't say that, it's racist." Clearly not racist.
It's your observation of the time, of
now.
course.
Okay, so I'm observing from a past viewpoint because you asked me about my past. I didn't get that there was a difference between Hinduism and Islam. It all seemed alien and foreign and probably quite colourful, and meant that girls had to get married young, probably become doctors as well, and they ate curry. And that was my view on Islam until about 2003.
Until 2003?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
yeah,
my
it was.
goodness.
Actually, maybe until 9/11. Maybe until 9/11. I think when the Twin Towers fell, I remember, because I wrote this in my diaries, a lot of this isn't my memory, it's that I wrote stuff down, thanks God. And if, write stuff down, guys, keep diaries. You never know why they're important. But when I watched the Twin Towers come down, I remember thinking, which poor nation is going to get the stick for this? I didn't know.
Did you immediately think, oh, it's Muslims?
Yeah.
Why?
There was obviously a kind of vibe going on in the newspapers at the time, probably about Libya was a big one, probably a little bit about Iraq. It was Saddam, wasn't it? It was the Taliban, and I read a lot of newspapers. I was in that news circle, so I remember guessing it was going to be a poor country and it was going to be a Muslim country who were going to be blamed, whether they did it or not. And I suppose, like a lot of non-Muslim people, I then started going, well, what is this all about? Are these crazy people? And by the grace of Allah, because I spoke at anti-Iraq war rallies, I began to be brought into the Muslim community. And what I saw was like night and day. And a lot of my early experiences were here at the Islam Channel, by the grace of Allah. Can I share one with you?
Yeah, please.
I remember being offered a job here in around 2006 by Muhammad Ali, who was the CEO. And we met. By the way, I was a religious kid. This won't make sense unless I tell you guys that I always believed in God. I didn't know how he was. I didn't know who he was.
You acknowledged there was a greater, higher being, greater presence.
Yeah, I would always pray. My mum called me a weird kid, and I said, "Why would you say that?" She said, "Oh, you're always praying, dear God, dear God." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay." I remember that, reading the Bible at break times. Yeah, I wasn't popular at school. So when we're at this interview with Muhammad Ali, we go in, and it was around Dean Street at the time, with the old offices, the old studios. Carl Arundel was there. Is he still here?
I believe so.
Carl, right, okay. So they invited me to have a kind of lunch meeting. And I went in, and the first thing I did, and it's so embarrassing to say this, but I say this to kind of reflect upon what Britishness is, okay? And what liberals are like deep down. What liberals are like. Okay, deep down. Because we think they're all like, we want them to be nice and we want them to be...
It's not the case.
It's not the case.
It's not the case.
Basically, as soon as Muhammad Ali sat down, I did this to the waiter. Waiter, a bottle of wine, please. Now, I knew he was a religious guy. Whether he had a thobe on or not, I knew enough. I recognised he had a beard. It was the Islam Channel interview. I knew Muslims didn't drink, yet I ordered a bottle of wine.
In Eritrea, you don't even get a chance to breathe if you are arrested. you'll stay there for your life. Nobody knows whether you are alive or dead. The first hijrah of the Sahaba and the second hijrah came through, one came through the port of Massawa. They passed through Eritrea. So they established one of the oldest mosques outside Mecca, globally, the first mosque outside Mecca. So you can say it is a place where the first Islam was introduced in Africa.
Beautiful. Wow. What was the name of the king, Al-Habashi, when the Muslims first migrated to Eritrea?
Rasul used to refer to him as Al-Najashi. That they told his followers to go because there was a just king there. And then Quraysh sent their envoys there to ask the king to deport these followers into. And then he gave them a court. He heard both sides. And they said you can't take them back.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Muhammad Khair Omar.
Wa alaikum salam.
How are you today?
Fine. Thank you. And thanks for the invitation.
Very, very welcome. And we are very happy to have you here with us today. Such an esteemed guest. You are a respected writer and a researcher, mashallah, and a former dean of the College of Agriculture at the University of Asmara in Eritrea, mashallah.
I haven't been to Eritrea the last 22 years. I'm a political activist. We have a dictatorship in Eritrea at present. So I had to leave my country like 2001 and I cannot go back. And I'm struggling with my other colleagues for having an inclusive, democratic and a just system in Eritrea. But I would like to add that professionally I'm a veterinarian. I did my BA Master's Studies in Khartoum University, and then did my PhD in Norway. But I always had this passion for history. So I have a blog since 2014, which has something like now close to 1,000 materials, articles, theses, many interesting documents mainly about Eritrea, but also about Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa also.
I see. And now you are based in somewhere else.
I'm based in Norway, and I'm very passionate about the history, so I have written history books about Eritrea actually.
You know, they say whoever doesn't know history, he doesn't know his roots or his future, isn't
yes,
it?
that is right.
Exactly. Well, so having said that, you know, before getting into our big topic today, tell me something about Eritrea that when you remember that makes you smile when you think of home.
Yeah, I grew up in Western Eritrea, in a town called Agordat, something like 150 kilometers from the border to Sudan. And I have had a very nice childhood memories from that place. We had a river called the Barka River that goes near the town, so we used to go there. And but this was brutally abrupted after this Ethiopian occupation and the start of the armed struggle in Eritrea. But I have very good memories about Eritrea, my hometown, and Eritrea in general.
MashaAllah, I think we're going to dive deeper into the history of Eritrea and everything. But so before doing that, so where is Eritrea located on the map?
Eritrea is located in the Horn of Africa. It is part of this greater horn. It is to the south of Sudan, to the north of Ethiopia, and to the south west of Djibouti. It has 1,000 kilometers of coastline.
With the Red Sea.
Yeah, in the Red Sea, facing on the western side of the Red Sea, facing Arabia, Saudi Arabia. And then the western tip is just above Bab al-Mandab, which is a very strategic route in Eritrea. So it occupies a very important route. And also Eritrea was like an interchange of cultures between Africa and Arabia. For example, many from West Africa pilgrimage were going to Mecca would walk or use animals and so on to come, and then they would go through the port of Massawa to Arabia, and some of them settled there. They were not able to make the journey, or when they returned, they just settled there. So we have also this community of West Africans in
Eritrea.
Eritrea. It is about 120,000 square kilometers. It has about 300 islands in the Red Sea. Most of them are small and inhabitable. One of them is called Dahlak Kabir, where you find actually scriptures written in Arabic from a long time. The Umayyad Caliphate used some of these Dahlak islands as a prisoners. They sent their prisoners to these Dahlak islands, and so we have these very old scriptures written in Arabic. And also we have always had this contact to Arabia. And
is that trade most of the relationships?
Yeah, trade, and but also migration of people. For example, like with Yemen particularly, the Habshat tribe and the Agazi tribes, they say they migrated from Yemen to Eritrea. They mixed it with people there, and they were part in the formation of this also this Aksumite empire in southern Eritrea and northern Ethiopia, which was one of the strongest empires or kingdoms at its time, from 100 AD to like 700, 800 AD.
Yeah, I am very curious actually about the Aksumite Empire. Maybe we can talk us through a bit of that history. But then, because you mentioned now the Saudi Arabia, we know that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he commended people at certain time to do a migration to Ard al-Habasha, which is Eritrea. So what is the particularities, in your opinion? Why was that commandment done?
I mean, countries compete to claim whatever it is, but the first hijrah of the Sahaba and the second hijrah came through, one came through the port of Massawa. They passed through Eritrea. So they established one of the oldest mosques outside Mecca. Globally, the first mosque outside Mecca is in the port of Massawa. And at that time, the Qibla was towards Qudus, Jerusalem, and not to Mecca. So still we have that.
Still there?
Still there, yeah. And in Eritrea, at present, I mean, the population is said to be 50% Muslim, 50% Christian. And so both Christianity and Islam were introduced to the area at a very early stage. For example, Christianity was introduced at about 400 AD. And then Islam came with the pilgrimage of the Sahaba of the Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam to Eritrea, and they passed through Eritrea. The Eritreans claim this king called Asbaha or Armaha was in Eritrea, but the Tigrians, which are in northern part of Ethiopia, there is a place called Wuqro, where there is some of the tombs of some of the kings there. So Ard al-Habasha really means not just Eritrea or Ethiopia. It means the sunburned people, the features which are like brownish. So a large area. It encompasses a large area. So the king, according to the history of Ethiopia, and it seems it is feasible that he was in a place called Tigray, in a place called Wuqro, which is the northern part of Ethiopia, close to Eritrea. But the Sahaba passed through Eritrea into this area. And some of them came through Edi, that is a port, and also traveled there. So the earliest introduction of Islam was at this time. So you can say it is a place where the first Islam was introduced in Africa.
Beautiful. Wow. What was the name of the king, Al-Habashi, when the Muslims first migrated to Eritrea?
It's called Al-Najashi, Al-Najashi in Arabic, which comes from the word Nugus in the local language, which means king. King Armah, they call him, and he has different names in Arab. The Arabs call him somewhere, and the locals call him Al-Nagashi, and Al-Rasul used to refer to him as Al-Najashi. That they told his followers to go because there was a just king there. And then Quraysh sent their envoy there to ask the king to deport these followers into, and then he gives them a court. He heard both sides, and then said, "You can't take them back. They are under my protection." So you can say the first hijrah of Muslims, or the first refugees from the old times we know, was in this area. I mean, it is Eritrea, Ethiopia.
So I'm assuming that in Eritrea back then it was very peaceful time, and the fairness of the king, of the Najashi. So it was the perfect land where you can have your own beliefs, and then you can live peacefully with other people with completely different belief. Was that the case?
Yes, that was the case. Actually, the Ethiopian scholars, mainly, and Western scholars, he says the Muslim, he didn't take the king didn't take this Muslim belief, but the Arabs and the other narratives say that he became a Muslim, but because he was living in a Christian area, he couldn't go public with his belief. But
maybe he converted, but we don't know.
Yeah. But there are sayings that for Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, saying that manzara qabr al-Najashi ka manzarani. So there is a very old mosque there at a place called Woro, which is in Tigray, northern Ethiopia now.
Eritrea went through different times, the Italian area, and then the colonization of the British as well. Took us through a bit what happened, like briefly, about what happened in Eritrea in this modern times.
I mean, most African countries were a product of nationalism. It was a colonial construct, most of them, almost all of them. So Eritrea was also a colonial construct. I mean, they took different people and they lumbled them together and said, this is Eritrea. So Eritrea as it exists today was defined by Italy in 1890. 1890, yes. They had occupied certain parts, so all these parts, they called it Eritrea in 1890. And at that time, there was no much resistance to the Italian occupation at that time, because the people who lived in that area were under pressure from Ethiopian warlords coming and infringing and looting and so on. And also the Mahdist forces were from Sudan also. It was a little bit counter to the beliefs of the people in that area, who were more Khatmiya than Mahdists and so on. So when the Italians came, actually there was no much resistance except in some areas in the highlands. So they created this colony, and they thought this colony will be where Italians would live for the rest of their lives, like in any other settler colonialism. So they built roads, very amazing infrastructure, because Eritrea is like, you have the capital city Asmara at about 2,400 meters above sea level.
Yeah.
And then you have the coast is about 110 kilometers, and it is sea level. And so you can see these winding roads in the mountains going from 2,400 to zero sea level in just 110 kilometers. So say like it is, you have like, you can have 3 seasons like in just 2 hours, 1 hour.
Very unique landscape.
Yeah, very unique landscape. And then you have part is desert, part is coastline, and part is
mountainous.
Yeah, mountains, a plateau, and part is lowland. And so the Muslims mostly are pastoralists, most of them, or fishermen along the coast. That was how they lived before. And the Christians were farming communities who lived in the highlands.
And so we spoke about the Muslims and their migrations and the Italians. So what happened then after the Italians decided that this is Eritrea? And then what happened like with the British after that?
The Italians, as I said, built infrastructure, roads. For example, the city of Asmara, the architectural design was a futuristic design, and it has been recognized by UNESCO in 2017 as the first modernist city in Africa. So it is a colonial. It is a heritage now to this colonial architecture that was in the country, and they regarded it as a colony for soldiers. They called them the askari. I don't know how that word came. Would you mean askar from the Arabic word askar?
It's Arabic word.
Yeah, from askar, askari. So they had something like close to 100,000 who participated also in Italian wars in Ethiopia, in Libya, and they used them to fight Omar al-Mukhtar, for example, in Libya and in Ethiopia and in Somalia. And so later, when fascist Italy came, they introduced discriminatory laws where the natives shouldn't go to the place where the whites go and so on.
Right.
And then in 1941, when Italians were defeated, in World War II, the British took over Eritrea to administer it for about 10 years, from 1941 to 1952. And the British actually dismantled most of these fascinating things they built. There was, for example, a 3-way cableway. It was the longest in its kind in Eritrea, in the world at that time, which transported goods, as I said, because it was this
from the highlands to the lowlands.
Yeah. It will go cableways with transport, and it worked 24 hours because they were bringing military equipment, etc., and so on for their invasion of it. So they dismantled this, they installed other parts, and then they sold it to their colonies, either in India or Pakistan or something. And so they administered it just not as a colony, but they tried to split Eritrea into two. They said the Muslims should join Sudan, because Sudan was administered by the British at that time. And then the Christians should join Ethiopia, because we have these two, the people who live in Eritrea have, for example, like you have the Beja tribes who have a history for 1,000 years. And then you have the highlands in southern Eritrea and northern Ethiopia, where this Aksumite Empire was. And the Aksumite Empire, as related to Islam, maybe it is important to mention, one of their kings, some Yemeni Christians were persecuted by the Jews in Yemen.
Okay.
So this Ethiopian king called Asbaha asked the Roman emperor to give him ships, because they didn't have ships, so transported them to Yemen, and they occupied Yemen, I think, for about 70 years. And some of them now went to occupy the Kaaba. They wanted to Surat al-Fil, you know.
Yeah,
the Surat al-Fil.
Abraha.
Yeah, Abraha was the military leader there.
Okay,
the king
so
was Asbaha.
he was from Eritrea.
No, he was from this Aksumite Empire, which was
Empire.
partly in Eritrea, partly in Tigray.
Okay.
And then he went to try to occupy the Kaaba. And there is a saying that story that Ammar Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam came to him. He took his camels, so he went to him and said, "Give me back my camels." He said, "No, you are asking me about your camels, but I am going also to occupy the Kaaba." So he said, "The Kaaba has its God, which protects it. In al-Kaabati ilahun yahmiha." But these are my camels. I want them back.
Yeah, that was a beautiful history, and we saw that featured in many films, historical films, like very, very beautiful. But Abraha was defeated.
He couldn't occupy most of his. I mean, scientifically, they say they caught smallpox or something. His rule, so he couldn't go to Kaaba.
Yeah, subhanallah. Well, amazing. So, about before going to the Aksumite, because I want to know more about the Aksumite Empire. When the British came, so they didn't face any resistance from the locals?
When the British came, because most of the Eritreans were enrolled in the Italian army, the economy was really in shambles, because all the earnings of these soldiers went off, and there are many people who are armed, and so started some banditry, some groups. And then during the British, as I say, they wanted to separate this Eritrea along religious lines, but the Eritreans resisted this. And during the British Empire, it's very important to mention that there were about 10 political parties. They allowed... The Italians were... I mean, even the education was limited. It was only from the first grade to the fourth grade. So you know the basics of arithmetic and the language, Italian, and so on. They will teach you about the fascist history, about Mussolini. You don't know about your culture. So they subjugated the people. They didn't give them education. The British opened up schools.
Right.
For females, males, and so a class developed that asked for the right to self-determination, And so the people were divided. Like most of the Christian elites who had links to the northern Ethiopia, they wanted to be with Ethiopia. The Muslims wanted to be independent. And the first political party that was formed was in 1947. It is called the Al-Rabita Al-Islamiyya, the Eritrean Islamic League.
Right.
It was actually based on this All India Muslim League, because these Eritrean Muslims had connections to the Muslim countries and so on.
Yeah, it's because of
And
its
then,
strategic place,
Yeah,
isn't it?
and then the United Nations took a decision. So the Eritreans themselves were split, and the international powers were split. So a commission that looked at Libya, Eritrea, and Somalia. Somalia got its freedom, Libya got, but Eritrea, they said, should be federated with Ethiopia. So that's how the Ethiopian occupation came. So we became federated from 52 to 61. And because the Ethiopian emperor, who always, I mean, the Ethiopians regarded that Ethiopia is an island of Christianity in the region, which is not true. I mean, like today, Ethiopia has 120 million, almost officially. At least 40 million of them are Muslims. They are much more than in many Arab countries.
Yeah, true,
Yeah.
true. Wow. Okay, so talk us through now about the Axiom Empire. What is it exactly? What is its particularity and its strength, and what happened so it disappeared?
This Aksumite Empire started like 100 AD, and there are conflicting historical reports. Like you have Aksum was the center of the city of Aksum.
Aksum, this is
Aksum,
in
in Tigray, in Ethiopia,
Eritrea.
northern Ethiopia,
Okay.
in northern Ethiopia. And in terms of languages, like we have three main language groups. That is Semitic, which is Tigrinya and Tigray. Most of the Christian Highlanders speak Tigrinya, but it's also very close to Tigray. Most of the Muslim lowlanders speak Tigray. It is very close. It is related to Ge'ez, and also in Eritrea and Ethiopia, you find how we have these Ge'ez scripts, which are living. I mean, the only living scripts in Africa are in Eritrea and Ethiopia, and it's called Ge'ez. So we have our own scripts.
Scripts of the Tigrinya or
Tigrinya, Tigray, and
language?
Amharic language.
Amharic language.
So this was one of the strongest kingdoms in Africa at the time. It conquers some parts even close to Nubia in the Sudan. It has relations with the Roman Empire, with other emperors in the region. Like I said, Christianity was first introduced in about 400 AD, so it adopted Christianity as its religion. And the main heritage of it is now this Tigrinya-speaking people in southern Eritrea and northern Tigray. There is a dispute about whether it has a maritime, whether it has a fleet of ships or not, but mostly they say it had no ships. That's why they asked for ships when they wanted to invade Yemen. And sometimes the Roman Empire would ask them to help him in... one time he asked them to help him in controlling Persia, for example. And it has there was trade. It's a trading center through a port called Adolis, one of the ancient ports. So herbs, and very precious stones, where ivory towers, etc., were used as a trade between this area.
Actually, I read about it, that the trade from Eritrea is based on ivory and then very precious stones, gold as well.
Yeah, gold now, yeah.
Isn't it? So it's a rich country, Eritrea.
Yes, there are gold. Now there is a Canadian company that works in Nefsun called in Western Eritrea, and there are other parts also. So there's gold. And then newly discovered is potash. It has a very large quantities of potash, which is very important for making fertilizers in agriculture. So it was an Australian company. Now it has been taken over by the Chinese. It was bought by the Chinese. And they say this project can go to up to 200 years producing potash. But the problem is we have a dictatorial regime. It is actually like a one-man show. It is the president, Isaias Afwerki, he runs this. And we never know, like, for example, Eritrea gets something like $2 billion from gold annually, but we don't know where this money goes. It is mostly to protect the regime in power in Eritrea. In Eritrea, you don't even get a chance to breathe. Not even, I mean, there are dictators who would allow you, they will provide services to the country, there is water, there is no problem with water, shortage of electricity.
Yeah.
And if you are arrested, you will stay there for your life. Nobody knows whether you are alive or dead. For example, some of these Muslim scholars were arrested in 92 after liberation. And like 150 of them were arrested in 1995, and nobody knows if they are alive or not. But one guard has said that they have been summarily executed also.
Oh, wow.
And the government also punishes these Jehovah Witnesses who don't want to go to this national service also. So it's really a very difficult condition. So mostly you find people speaking about these Jehovah Witnesses and evangelicals, etc., because there are interest groups in the West who would say more about them, but there is none that speaks for Muslims, for example, who are arrested, which is
it's very unfortunate. But it's sometimes, I think about it, and there's lots of dictatorship in different countries out there, and I'm trying to understand like the mindset of like a person in charge. And what is the objective of dictatorship? Is it just for the person to hold that chair for life? What is the role of a leader? What is the vision? What is the mission? Is there like a human connection between the leader and the country and the people he's leading? What is the purpose of leading and governance?
Yes, the purpose of leading should have been to serve the people. I mean, this would be, but this dictatorship in Eritrea started during this liberation war. We had one front, which is called the Eritrean Liberation Front. It exists until 1981. So in 1981, a Tigrayan group with an Eritrean group called Eritrean Popular Liberation Front. They drove this ELF group, and because this liberation movement had started in the Muslim areas, in the lowlands, because the repression was more. The Ethiopian regime was discriminating against Muslims in general, and they regarded them as foreigners. So it started in that place. So most of the fighters during the early years were actually Muslims, and then gradually it became a national. The Christians also joined it, and so on. But it split in 1970 into two, and then when the ELF was driven to Sudan, this guy called Isias, he dominated also in the EPLF. So when Eritrea became free after 30 years of war, he still runs the country at his own will, and his interest is just for the survival of regime. So he spends quite a lot of money in espionage, etc. Even follows Eritreans in the diaspora, so that he can silence them from criticism and so on. So, but there is a growing and evolving opposition also to the regime.
Theoretically speaking, like a survival of any regime won't mean necessarily that people are happy, living happily. They could be living like miserably. What is the purpose of that regime anyway?
Yeah, even in Eritrea, even it doesn't. I mean, Eritrea is now regarded as North Africa of Korea, but I say it is wrong even to compare it to North Korea. North Korea is at least developed, it has atomic weapons, etc. And if you see the capital, Pyongyang, it's very well developed. In Eritrea, you find that, for example, if you take the capital Asmara, where I say there was this Italian architecture, and the buildings are crumbling. You can't even paint your house. You have to take a permission to paint your house.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why is that? Why do I need a permission to paint my house?
They want to control everything. I mean, because they are afraid. I mean, a dictatorial regime, I say, is not strong because it is strong, but it is strong because it is built upon fear. For example, Eritreans 7 to 8 years have been in prison. So why would you imprison? So it emanates from fear, actually, not from strength.
Right.
But every dictatorship takes its way and
unfortunately.
dies.
Unfortunately. Well, I want to know more about now the some of the cultural aspects of Eritrea. You know, every country has its cultural specificities. What is the most cultural thing that you love about Eritrea?
We have like 9 ethnic groups. So each one of them has its own culture, its own dress, type of food.
What is the
their
most
way
famous food in Eritrea?
of dances. It is actually this what they call zigni, particularly in the highlands, with injera, which is a flat, long bread, and you find like in Eritrean Ethiopian restaurants. Maybe there are many of them in London, in other parts of the world. You eat it with this pancake. It is made of either durum or teff, they call it, which is also good for diabetic people, they say. So
I think I tasted
you should
that
have
once.
yeah,
Yes,
injera.
yeah, I think I tasted. And is it left to ferment for more than 2 days?
2 days,
2
etc.
days, right, right. Yeah, it was quite delicious.
And then you will find them a small piece.
True.
It is
like a spongy. It's a spongy bread.
Yes, and it is thin
Yeah.
with like ice on the small bubbles when the bubbles came out.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful. What other traditional dish would you say is famous?
Other traditional dishes are, this is the highlands, and the highlands have their own dress, mostly and way of living. I said they are farmers. In the lowlands, they have this the traditional, very traditional food would be this porridge with fermented milk and so on around it. And then in the center you will have like a cone-shaped porridge, and in the center small hole. They fill it with butter, and so they dip. Some of the times they did chili. Chili is used very much in the highlands rather in the lowlands. And then there is this sort of flat bread also.
Right.
Along the coast you have this fish. So the fishermen wear like small clothes like the Yemenis, for example, or in the Dahlak Islands. And the lowlands, for example, the western lowlands, the Muslims, etc., will wear long dresses with cover, and they have this tobe, like you may see in the Sudanese.
Is it like the Hajj outfit a bit? Like
Not
you
Hajj,
just,
like
throw
but
it
it is colorful and so on. They call
Okay.
it tobe for the woman, particularly.
Nice.
And then the men have this jalabia, or jalabia, short jalabia with a surwan, and with a an outfit, a short outfit, which is maybe black or so. And then they use the umma, which is a common type also. We have another tribe, it's called the Kunama. They are Nilotic tribes. So they have also their traditional way of living and traditional clothes, and they have a way of beating the drums and dancing in a special way, typically very African, because Eritrea is like a blend of Arab and African cultures. So you have this variety of this. It's a mosaic of different
Beautiful
cultures.
That's beautiful. So what is the first language in the country?
Like the people who speak Tigrinya, which is mainly in the highlands or something, like officially this, because you don't have census. Even census is regarded as something very confidential, so the regime doesn't want to do a census to about the population. But UN statistics, etc., they say Eritreans are around 6 million, but those who study Eritrea and so on, they say just 2 or 3 million perhaps of people. And now the youth are leaving the country. They go, they drown in the Mediterranean, they die in the Sahara Desert and so on to reach a safer destination. So the language you have is Tigrinya. This is
the official language in the highlands.
Yes, who mostly speak it. I mean, mainly the Christian Highlanders. And then you have Tigray, which is the second one, mainly in the lowlands, the western and northern highlands. It's like officially says about 33%, but they say they are more than that.
Right.
And then you have Kunama, Afar along the coast, Blaine, and a
Right.
blend of, as I said, Kushtic, Nilotic, and Semitic languages. But two official or working languages in Eritrea are Arabic. Arabic is also used as a working language in Eritrea
Okay.
because many of, particularly the Muslims,
Mhm,
they
mhm.
speak
So even
Arabic
Christian Eritreans speak Arabic as well?
well. Maybe not many of them, but it is regarded as one of the official working languages.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know this. I didn't know that in Eritrea we speak Arabic actually.
Yeah.
This is
Actually, we speak very well Arabic. I mean,
mashallah, that's
and
very
we
good
had
to know.
many. I mean, scholars in Arabic also. I mean, who
Beautiful.
journalists and writers and
That's- that's
novelists
beautiful.
and so on.
Is it the same in Ethiopia? Do they speak Arabic as well?
In Ethiopia, no, Arabic is not really much used.
Mhm.
The current government is trying to promote it some extent because I feel like the closest to us in this region is Arabic, and we shouldn't take the language just it is related to Islam or something
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Egyptians or Coptic Christians also speak it. And by the way, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church was part of this Alexandria Coptic Church until about 1952 or something. It was run from there. I mean, the
Okay.
bishop would be appointed in Alexandria, and
Right.
actually some of the Bible when it was translated from Greek or Syrian to Arabic and then to the local language. The religious language is the Ge'ez, that says the mother to the Semitic
Interesting.
language in Eritrea.
When it comes to Islam and practicing the religion, hijab, the prayer 5 times in the mosque, religious congregation, how is that seen by the current government now? Is there a kind of freedom to practice, of course, by respecting each other and other communities, or how does it work now?
You can say we had, for example, Mufti Ibrahim al-Mukhtar, the Italians called him as a Mufti of Eritrea, signed him as a Mufti of Eritrea, and he's a scholar. He has written many books, many ifta and so on. There is a website actually dedicated to him, Mukhtar.Canada, for those who would be interested to see. And one of the greatest scholars. But when Ethiopia took over, they started discriminating against Muslims. And the current regime in Eritrea also discriminates against Muslims. Like, we had a lot of awqaf, and like in Massawa, for example, there was one of the oldest Islamic courts in the region, and records, and there was slave trade and so on, and some people were getting free and they would get certificates of freedom and so on. So it is one of the oldest courts
Right.
in Massawa, and it doesn't say it looks at all like the same. The regime tries to undermine Arabic as a language, and also discriminates the Muslims. They feel that they are discriminated against by the regime,
Right.
and also it discriminates against certain Christian dominations like the evangelists and the Jehovah Witnesses. It tries to appear like it is a liberal, etc., but it is not. But there are some subtle ways in which people are discriminated against. But the Eritrean Muslims, you have Ramadan, for example, is a very great event. We have special food for Ramadan, especially sold at big markets, very vibrant. And then they belong to this Khatmiya tribe, Khatmiya sect also in Sudan, and they would do like they cherish some of the awliya or from the Mirghani family or so, and they would go to Hawliyas and
What is Hawliya?
they go to visit a tomb of one of the revered fellows in Islam in Eritrea. But you have also one of the biggest mosques in Eritrea, as I say, the oldest mosque was in Eritrea, in Massawa, And then you have Jami' Khulafa al-Rashidin in Azmara, which is quite a big mosque, and every region would have a mosque also. So it is a very vibrant society.
Right, it's a mosaic of different
of
tribes,
different,
and cultures and sects and everything.
Yeah.
But it's good now to mention that it's like, according to our Islamic teachings, it's okay to visit awliya and to ask Allah to forgive them, whatever. But when we ask Allah for forgiveness or to accomplish what we want, actually we don't ask human beings, we don't ask people, especially people who passed away, because they have no power. But some people think in a different way, but I
this
think
is a traditional way of doing it,
thing,
but it is changing now. I mean, there are also Islamist groups, and even some of the opposition groups were Islamists. Some of them are Salafi, some of them are Akhwan, etc. in the opposition groups against the government. So this is changing, but this was the traditional society I grew up in.
Yeah. And it exists in many other countries as well, not just
like, for example, if somebody dies for 3 days or so, people will come and read the Quran and make a da'wah for the deceased. And I say this is a good cultural thing, because people are reading the Quran, whatever they believe in the way of forgiveness for the deceased. But it is when they assemble together and read Quran, it is nice. I mean, you can't go against this culture.
I mean, we have, even in Tunisia, because I come from Tunisia, we have the same tradition as well. In funerals and stuff, you will see people gather and they recite the Quran, which is a beautiful thing. But Quran shouldn't be recited just in the funerals. Quran should be recited every single day, isn't it? But I wanted to emphasize a point here, like the beauty of our religion, Islam, and subhanAllah, when in the time of Rasulullah, there were also like a mosaic of different cultures and different tribes, and he was kind of a king of a large amount of land with different people from different backgrounds, and he managed to keep the peace, because we have this thing in Islam, acceptance and respect, and we don't discriminate against people based on anything. Which is amazing. That was 1,400 years ago, more than 1,400 years ago. So, but now when you come to the 21st century, you will see lots of discrimination. If you are different from me, that means there is something wrong in here, and I can discriminate against you based on anything, like religion or color or education or anything, really, which doesn't have any. This thing doesn't have any basis in our Islamic teaching, and is also destructive for the community, whether it's in Muslim community or any other community, isn't it?
Yeah. For example, I think all religions, they preach for peace and love and respect for humanity and so on. But sometimes these people use religion in different ways in
a twisted way.
Yeah, in a twisted way, either to discriminate against or for. But the most important thing is that it should be just respect for all cultures, respect for all religions, and not imposing one's religion on somebody else. I mean, it is up something between him and her and his God.
Exactly.
All that.
Yeah, I think that's the most civilized way of thinking, to be honest.
I mean, to think about in a more human way, in a humanity at large, and for peace, for development, and so on.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I know, mashallah, you are an esteemed writer and researcher. Talk us through about your writing and your work and your last books that you published or you're about to publish.
Yeah, I published one book which was about the history of Eritrea from ancient times to 1968. And this ancient times goes into the study of the people who lived in what we call Eritrea today, because Eritrea, as I said, is a colonial construct. And most in history you get about the Aksumite Empire. I mean, you find quite a lot of it. But I wanted also to cover the other groups, like the Bejat tribes in Eritrea, Eastern Sudan also. Like Bani Amr, Hadandawa, Amrar, etc. So I trace this, their history also goes 4,000 BC, much older than that of the Aksumite Empire, which was just in the last 2,000 years ago. And I see also different cultures of these Nilotic tribes and so on, and the mosaic that there is, and the interconnections, and so on. And so one of the factors that demolished the Aksumite Empire was this Beja attacks against this Aksumite Empire. So it was one factor among many other factors. So I write about this, and I write about the beginning of the Eritrean liberation movement, and then the beginning of the armed struggle, the challenges it faces, and how it went into splits and so on. This is my first part. The second part now, Eritrea from 1969 to 1981 and beyond, is about how these divisions took place, and was, for example, is a split in a liberation movement a norm or an exception? I look into various in African liberation movements, and also the factors that led to the disunity in Eritrea, and the formation of different factors and so on, and how we ended up in a dictatorship like this. So this is some of
so you covered all the historical aspects from
and I covered it until 1981.
Amazing. So for me, when I read about history of any country actually, or any book, I learned something, and I know you are very passionate about history. What is the most important thing that you, as a takeaway, that you learned from the history of Eritrea?
The Eritreans are divided by language. As I say, they speak 8-9 languages, different languages. I split by the mode of production, like farmers, pastoralists, etc. And like the people who are in the most of the Muslims, for example, went to Egypt and Sudan to learn Arabic, because Arabic was banned in Eritrea. And most of the Christian highlanders went to Ethiopia, and then some of them went to the west. So you find this division, this geographical division also. But I look into the interlinks, because I find some tribes who were Christians, they moved into other places in Muslim areas, and they became Muslims and adopted the religion and culture. And there were also a few of the Muslim areas, I went to Christian areas and then adopted Christianity as a religion. So the most important thing I learned was that we have diverse, very diverse histories, but they interact. And the most important is to cherish these different histories and to regard them as your own, and to look into a more inclusive society that respects people, ethnicity, religion, as you said, and other factors and divisions.
Beautiful. They say diversity is richness.
Yes.
It's what we need, and most importantly, respect as well.
Yes.
Because that's the core drive for human to be innovative.
Yes.
To be to have the peace of mind, and therefore just to focus on what matters, on innovating, on producing, on doing things which are very positive for himself and the community. But in the absence of peace of mind and the physical peace of land, the people cannot innovate, cannot go forward. They're just on a survival mode. That is unfortunately the reality of many countries around the world.
Yes, that is true.
Isn't it? Well, very, very inspiring, Dr. Mashallah. I learned so much about a country that I didn't know much about before until today, Mashallah. We have now a fire round of questions. So short questions, and you need to answer this without thinking too much. All right. So my first question, one word you describe Eritrea with?
Cultural diversity, maybe.
That's more than one word.
Diversity.
Diversity, okay. Right, then, favorite Eritrean dish?
The most popular, Zigni is the most popular one, with the injera I told you about.
Okay, injera, which is the bread?
Yes, there's this flat bread, yeah.
Okay, all right. Asmara or Masawa?
I would say Massawa because it was Massawa because
Why?
it was the gate to the world, to the Indian Ocean, Arabia, etc.
Right.
And because in 1957 also it was occupied by the Turkish, so we have flourishing Turkish architecture is unique in Massawa
Okay.
from the Ottoman Empire.
It's like a big gate to the world.
Yes. Asmara is like more an Italian
Italian style.
structure or something. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. So, most underrated Eritrean historical figure.
Underrated.
Underrated. Yes.
Idris Muhammad Adam.
Hamdam, who is he?
He was the chairman of the ELF for a long time, but the Eritrean regime recognized some of this, but he didn't want to go after liberation. He didn't want to go to Eritrea because he said he doesn't feel Eritrea is free, although he voted for in the referendum for. And so I find him really little spoken about. Idris
Right.
Muhammad Adam.
Muhammad Alam.
Adam, who
Adam.
actually initiated the armed struggle. He believed that the armed struggle could bring independence to Eritrea.
Right.
It was very difficult at that time to fight with such a large army in Ethiopia. It was one of the biggest armies in sub-Saharan Africa. So just having that determination and a will, I think he needs to be recognized for that.
Interesting. Okay. Next question: coffee or tea, Eritrean style?
We are more tea people.
Tea people.
Coffee is more in Ethiopia, but we drink coffee also.
Okay.
You can say maybe both, but tea is more often used than
Well,
coffee.
any particular type of tea?
It's just a black tea.
Black tea.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Next one: a myth about Eritrea you'd love to destroy or disappear forever.
Yeah, because since the current regime has been in Eritrea for 30 years, so the world looks at Eritrea in a negative way. I mean, abuse of human rights, etc., and so on. But it is really a very beautiful country, very rich historically. Some of the oldest human remains were found in Eritrea, 1 million years old,
Wow.
and all this rich history there. So this notion about this bad Eritrea, I would like.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. What gives you hope about Eritrea?
And I think the people are hardworking. In 1961, they believed they can change Eritrea. They can bring independence. It took 30 years, but they brought independence. Like I say, it started in the 1940s. So people who have done all this, who have fought one of the biggest armies in sub-Saharan Africa and defeated that army, can do more also in peace, I think, in the future.
Okay. If there is something in the history of Eritrea you would have the power maybe to change, what would that be?
I think the differences we create, the superficial differences we create among ourselves in terms of ethnicity, religion, etc., that would be the thing I would like to be removed.
We don't need that.
Yeah.
It's not of any benefit for
Yes.
for the community, for the country, or
Yes,
whatsoever.
absolutely, yes.
Isn't
For
it?
the region also. Yeah.
For the region, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, amazing, Doctor. Well, I was very happy discussing with you today about Eritrea, the history, the culture, the politics. Very, very inspiring, mashallah. Would you like to add anything at all for our
I don't
viewers?
want to add also, I would like to thank you, Mariam, for hosting me,
Pleasure.
and your interesting questions, I think, made this podcast also very interesting. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you so much for being here and taking the time to do this podcast with us. And Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much.
شكرا جزيلا.
ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين. رب
عن أبي سعيد الخدري رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: إذا سمعتم النداء فقولوا مثل ما يقول المؤذن.
On the authority of Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be pleased with him, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, whenever you hear the adhan, say as the mu'adhin is saying.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة والصلاة القائمة آت محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة وابعثه مقاما محمودا الذي وعدته إنك لا تخلف الميعاد.
O Allah, owner of this perfect call and owner of this prayer to be performed, bestow upon Muhammad al-Wasila and al-Fadila and send him upon a praised platform which you have promised him. Verily, you never fail in your promise.
The Bosnian Serbs wanted to get rid of all the Muslims who were in the area, and that resulted in what we come to know today as ethnically cleansing of the women and children, and sometimes the older men if they're lucky. And I remember turning to my wife at the time and saying, well, if they do create a tribunal, then they'll need experienced investigators, and I'll be applying. not thinking for a minute that I'd ever be accepted, or in fact that a tribunal would be created.
But you had it in your heart and your mind
It
that
was.
something had to be done. When you went out to Bosnia initially, what was it that first shook you? What was your first feeling, for example, when you saw a mass gravesite, something that you had not seen before?
I don't think words can describe it, really. I mean, coming from a police background, I'd seen dead bodies in the past. The most I've ever seen at one time was 2. So to see a grave with potentially hundreds of bodies in it is, can't really describe it. It's quite horrifying.
Did you tell them this is what we think has happened to your loved ones?
No.
Never.
No.
Welcome, Howard Tucker. It is an honour to have you here at Islam Channel for our podcast. Now, you have so much experience as a highly experienced investigative detective, so with over 50 years of experience, born in Wales, so obviously not somebody who is sleeping under the hills as a dragon, but somebody with fire in their breath. Tell us more about what you do.
What I do or what I did, I'm semi-retired now, but initially I was a police officer in South Wales. Excuse me. Joined in 1972 and became a criminal detective in 1975, and then worked for the next 25 years as a detective in South Wales and the Gwent Constabularies. And then in 1998 I was fortunate enough to get a secondment to join the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia as an investigator looking into war crimes.
Which is remarkable, but obviously it's not a surprise because of your experience at the time. We, for our viewers, would like to know more about what was happening in the Balkans at that time. As you said, there was a war from 1991 to 1995, and the War Crimes Tribunal you were involved in. So tell us a little bit more about the political background, briefly, just what was actually happening out there at the time.
Well, very briefly, the viewers will probably know that there was a breakup of the former Yugoslavia. The former President Tito died in the late 1980s, and the former Yugoslavia started to recognise its nationalities and the various countries that formed the former Yugoslavia. And there was a rise of nationalism, which basically Slobodan Milosevic, who became the president of Serbia, decided that he didn't like the idea of the breakup of the former Yugoslavia, wanted to consolidate, I suppose simplifying it, consolidate Serbia as the governing body of the former Yugoslavia and maintain the status quo, I suppose. So it resulted in him invading Slovenia in the summer of 91, I think it was. I think they called it a 10-day war. It was pretty bloodless, and he decided to continue his battles after leaving Slovenia behind and attacked Croatia. And there's a nasty war between Croatia and Serbia, and eventually it overspilled into Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1992, 93, I beg your pardon.
I mean, so psychologically speaking, these crimes that were going on must have been something that obviously you had not covered before, being a detective. What was going on out there was something so horrific that somebody like yourself, had not sort of even at that point been out there prior to that, or had seen those atrocities other than what was on the news. In your mind at that time, how did you feel about what was going on emotionally? How did it make you feel? I mean, you were obviously very shocked by what was going on, but thinking of those criminals as perpetrators, how did you feel about them and the psychology behind what makes those people carry out such horrific war crimes?
It's a very good question. I think, as most people in the UK, I was fascinated and horrified by the developing war in the Balkans. It was so close to home. Excuse me. And I first created the idea of becoming an investigator. I remember the date, it was the 16th of April 1993. I was watching the news at home one night when I come home from work and saw Colonel Bob Stewart, who was at that time in charge of the British UN forces in central Bosnia. and he was standing in front of a burning village, a village called Amici. And this is, I guess, 2.5 years before Srebrenica took place, the genocide. And he was outraged by the crimes that he had witnessed being committed against, as it happened, Muslim civilians in this small village, where it turned out 120 were killed by Bosnian Croat military who stormed the village. And he was standing in front of the burning village, and you could see the victims lying in the pastures and the fields behind him. And he was absolutely outraged, and he was almost insisting that a war crimes tribunal be created to investigate what he saw as war crimes taking place. And I remember turning to my wife at the time and saying, well, if they do create a tribunal, then they'll need experienced investigators, and I'll be applying.
Yeah.
Not thinking for a minute that I'd ever be accepted, or in fact that a tribunal would be created.
But you had it in your heart and your mind
it
that
was.
something had to be done.
It was. And if they, my thought, I had 25 years as a detective and 27 as a cop. And I'd been involved in investigations of murder and serious crimes up until then. And of course, I knew there would be serious perpetrators there. And if they were going to have this tribunal, they'd need experienced investigators. And I felt it was not an obligation, but I wanted to do it. I mean, it's...
So a man of justice.
Yes,
right from the beginning of your career.
Well, exactly. As an experienced investigator, you can't be involved in worse crimes than like war crimes, crimes of genocide and crimes against humanity. It's the pinnacle of your investigative career, really.
Which I mean, obviously sounds, even as you're describing it, something that I can't even imagine somebody having to get their head around, you know, what was happening out there before they go there. I mean, how did you prepare yourself mentally and emotionally, knowing that you were going to see some of the worst crimes in history? Because Srebrenica has been known and has been declared a genocide,
yes.
and the only genocide since World War II. So you must have known previously that this was going to be something extremely difficult that's going to touch you to the core and shake you up. So the preparation mentally must have been something that you had to think about a long time to get your head around?
Not really. I think as any of the investigators who worked in the tribunal, the majority came from very experienced policing backgrounds, as I did. And so you've been involved in nasty crimes, not on this scale, of course, but nasty crimes. You're used to dealing with victims of crime and obtaining witness statements and searching for fugitives, suspects, and arresting them. So that part of it is the norm. But I don't know if I mentally prepared myself for the horrors of genocide, because of course we went there to investigate war crimes and crimes against humanity. At that time, we didn't know if genocide had been committed. It was really...
So that's something that
developed.
Yeah,
it came through a natural process of investigation, because without going into the details of the law in relation to genocide, it's very specific, the conditions that you have to meet to reach the criteria. So you start off investigating crimes, allegations. It could be an allegation of murder. And it's only when you develop the crime base that you realise the more serious offences are taking place.
So you were part of a large team?
Huge team, yes.
That went out there?
Yes.
What parts of the Balkans did you investigate? Where did you investigate first?
My first investigations were in central Bosnia, and as fate would have it, the first investigation I was put on was the attack on the village of Amici, the one that I'd seen Colonel Stewart standing in front all those years before. So it's quite a surreal feeling to actually be involved in that investigation. But I spent the first 2 years involved in investigations in central Bosnia, and that was crimes allegedly committed by the Bosnian Croats against the Bosnian Muslims. And so when we finished those investigations, I was then put on to other investigations and ended up, I did some couple of years in Kosovo and Macedonia, and then returned as head of office to Bosnia-Herzegovina in 2005, and then remained there for the next 8.5 years.
And when you went out to Bosnia initially, what was it that first shook you? What was your first feeling, for example, when you saw a mass gravesite, something that you had not seen before?
I don't think words can describe it, really. I mean, coming from a police background, I've seen dead bodies in the past. The most I've ever seen at one time was 2. So to see a grave with potentially hundreds of bodies in it is, you can't really describe it. It's quite horrifying.
Was it on a larger scale than you had imagined previously?
No, it was about what I thought. I mean, there was the 400 was in the grave that I went to, and it was it's quite a thing to imagine that you've got 400 souls that sit there in the grave there.
And in that grave at the time, they were men? They were mostly men?
Men, majority, yes, all of them, in fact.
What happened to the women?
Ethnically cleansed from the village, from the surrounding villages, I should say. This was in Prijedor, east in western Bosnia, not Srebrenica itself.
So at the time, you found out that the men were separated from the women?
Yes.
At what age were the men separated?
They varied ages from, I think, in that grave was 14 to 74, I think, was the vast span of age groups, as is replicated in all the mass graves, to be honest.
And when they were separated, did the women know where their men were going?
No idea. No idea. I guess they...
Did they, I presume they had hope they were going to escape?
Always. I think hope is always there. Even today, there's probably some women that hope that their loved ones are in a prison somewhere.
How many do not know where their loved ones went?
In Srebrenica alone, there's upwards of 800 men and boys missing, still.
Still missing.
30 years after the event. And that's only in Srebrenica.
30 years from Srebrenica,
From Srebrenica
this year?
This year. With the 11th of July this year was the 30th anniversary of the genocide of Srebrenica. 8,347 men and boys were killed in a matter of 4 days.
And what was the reason leading up to this, for the war, for that separation, for that genocide? What led up to that particular genocide?
It's a complicated story, as you understand, but I guess the basic thing was that the Bosnian Serbs wanted to get rid of all the Muslims who were in the area. And that resulted in what we come to know today as ethnically cleansing of the women and children, and sometimes the older men if they're lucky, and the eradication of all the male population. And simply put as that. I mean, it's more complicated than that, but that's what it meant in reality. They wanted an ethnically pure Serbian area devoid of Muslims.
So everybody was told to move from their villages?
They weren't told they were forced. I mean, all the surrounding villages were attacked at various times. And when I say attacked, I mean shelling and soldiers going through with rifles, killing whoever they could find there, and purging the area of the civilian population, then chasing them wherever they were running, and eventually corralling them, if I can use that term, and to simplify it into them.
Did those who escaped have a chance?
No. Not a chance at all, in my view. Not a chance at all. When they eventually were corralled in the area, if I can say generally, the municipality of Srebrenica, quite a large area, there was upwards of 30,000 people. It depends. There's no direct body count, but around 30,000 refugees poured into this small town that could originally have about 8,000 people there.
So when they were forced to go, there was no alternative?
None. I use the word corralled because they were chased, if you like, pursued by the armed military who were shooting them, shelling them at every opportunity.
From all parts of Bosnia?
They were surrounded eventually.
And how large was Srebrenica at the time? Was it large enough to hold everybody?
No, it's a town of, I think it's about 8,000 people was the population of Srebrenica at that time. And it ended up, as I say, 30,000 refugees there trying to find places to live. And this isn't overnight. They're there for a long time, sometimes as long as 18 months or more. They're in this area.
What did they take with them?
What they could carry, sometimes less than that. Sometimes they were literally attacked in the night or early hours in the morning, and they had to literally run away with whatever they had, losing family members from the moment they left their homes until they were corralled there.
So even pregnant women, carrying young children, babies?
Absolutely. Horrendous. I mean,
did they have anything to eat?
No. Well, I'm saying that they carry what they could. Some managed to carry some, others not. But quite often they would leave in the forest, as they generally were, or in abandoned villages that had been burned out by the Serbs. They would go out at night. When I say they, the adults, the males generally, but quite often the mums and the mums would accompany them to forage for food. And sometimes this would mean going back to the nearest village that's been forcibly evicted to try to forage for food there. And sometimes it was the summer, so the fields were planted still with the corn which was ripening. So sometimes they would go into the fields of corn to get the corn just to have basics to eat. It was
And I presume finding water would have been
wa-
very difficult.
Very difficult. I mean, it has a lot of mountain streams and what have you, although it's the height of summer and it can get very hot in Bosnia in the summer. So water was always a problem.
How strong were they before they left? Or were they already weakened before they had to run?
Most were okay, I think, at the time because they were living in fear, of course, of what was going to take place. But they were in the main, unless they were naturally ill or injured, but they were in the main.
Were the signs there prior to them having been forced to flee? Were the signs there that a genocide was approaching?
No, not. No, I would say not the genocide. I think the majority knew that war was coming. Some of them believed it would, or hoped it wouldn't. I suppose it's better than saying believed. Some knew it was coming and left early. Some still hoped and prayed that it wouldn't. But generally, I think, from my experience, it was a complete surprise when it actually happened, because it wasn't just the should we say, the Bosnian Serb army that came through. It was neighbours, people they'd lived with and known for years. Got arms together and were involved in forcibly evicting.
So there were a lot of different factions there.
A lot of different
And
factions.
I guess that added to the confusion. Was who was friend, who was foe?
Exactly, and the horror. I mean, imagine a neighbour that you've known for all your life, maybe had coffee with them, your kids went to school with, to suddenly coming with a rifle and saying you've got to go. I mean, I can't
Somebody
imagine
that
it.
you had perhaps talked to on just an ordinary level, socialised with.
Well, frequently that was the case. They knew them. It's not just a case of somebody they passed in the street and waved to. These are people who they socialised with as much as they did with the coffee on the veranda, or the kids played together in school.
Completely peaceful previously.
Completely peaceful. No sign of this taking place at all. It's really hard even now to really get my mind about how that could happen, where communities that were
Yes.
fully integrated and got on well together can suddenly literally overnight change. I still can't quite understand how that happens.
But it wasn't just the Muslims, Bosnian Muslims, that suffered.
No.
There were other groups, other religions that suffered.
Yeah, I mean, and there were three warring factions in Bosnia, basically. Bosnian Serbs, Bosnian Croats and Bosnian Muslims. And each side has lost people in circumstances less than savoury, should we say. But the fact remains is that the attack on the Muslim population was by far the greatest atrocities that took place. I used to remember the percentages, I can't now, but it's something like 80% of the crimes were committed against Bosnian Muslims. Really high.
And why was it against Bosnian Muslims particularly? In your mind, was it Islamophobia? Was it political? Was it to do with different ethnicity? What was the
It's an interesting
main
question,
issue?
and I'm not sitting on the fence, but I think it's a combination of all the above. But I think the main reason is that the Bosnian Serbs wanted to have a Serbian pure area. So, yes, it was religion. It was Muslims out, Serbs who were Orthodox in.
And as part of the team, when you were out there, obviously you must have discussed what was going on. What was it like when you went out in the day and then had to come back and create, for example, your, as you were saying, percentages, your numbers, your spreadsheets, your facts? What was the feeling like in the room when you were gathering the facts and realising the horror of what was happening? How did you interact with each other?
When you're on mission, you tend to, even if you go as a group, you tend to work pretty much on your own because you have your own mission objectives. You might be working with a group of people who are working on different investigations within the overall picture of the crimes. And so when you're out on the mission, you're with your interpreter and generally not with anybody else. The time that you meet is I mean, quite often I was on my own on mission. So you'd meet when you go back to the base after your mission. You normally...
With other investigators?
Normally...
Who was there?
Normally, if I went away, occasionally I'd be with other groups, but generally you'd be on your own. So you'd be with your interpreter. You go to the head office.
So the interpreter.
You interpret yourself, and off you go. And then you go back to process all your material back to in this case, to Holland, to the head office there. So you normally spend a month away, come back and do a month of processing, and then do pretty much that.
So tell us more.
But to go to
Yes.
answer your question, when you got back to base, you had to process your material, whatever you gathered, and then you'd have team meetings to discuss your progress on the mission, and then you'd have a talk with the team lead and the rest of the investigators and the team lawyers to discuss what you found out fits into the overall investigation plan. So you'll have an investigation plan loosely of where you think your crime base is, and by that I mean where the crimes were in your area, what crimes were committed, who was affected, what are we looking at, and so forth.
And I guess to plan for the next day,
Exactly.
what further work you need
Exactly,
to do,
for
who
the
else
next
do you need
mission.
to talk to, where do you need to go.
Because it's not just a case of taking the statements, that's a big part of it. But then if I'm on a mission, I might take 20 statements. But when you go back, you don't have time to analyse those when you're away. But when you get back, you analyse the statements and find comparisons and find out where they're going to fit in, if there's any other leads, are there any leads to mass graves, to archives of military documents, political documents, weapons, all kinds of stuff. You know, you literally thoroughly examine what's there and make an assessment and then decide on what the next steps are.
Is this work as an investigator in general, when you do investigations, when you're a detective, is it the same style of work? Was being an investigator rather than a detective completely different?
Very similar.
Tell us a little bit about what an investigator does in their everyday life and how that was different when you were out in Bosnia.
It's very similar. I mean, you have a crime. I mean, as a detective on division, you have your allocation of work when you come into the morning, and that might be a theft of a handbag, or it might be an assault on a person in the street. It might be an allegation of rape where there'll be a group of you working. It could be a fraud. You just don't know until you go into work, and then you prioritise your work accordingly. But if it's a major crime, by that I mean a murder, a rape or serious assault, then you tend to have a group of investigators working on it. You'd have a officer in charge, a senior investigating officer who would allocate work to you. As an investigator in The Hague, that didn't happen so much because, for example, in Amici, the first investigation, there's 120 dead. And I was the only investigator at that time.
So you had a lot to look at. You had a lot of
stuff.
Crime scenes, or in fact, not even lots of little crime scenes, but huge crime scenes to look at, to take information from and analyse.
Yes.
All at the same time.
Now, mine was considered, at that time, 120 is quite a lot. But when you think about the lads who were looking at that time, investigating Srebrenica, which is Serbian crimes against Muslims, I was looking at Croat against Muslims. Some of their crime scenes were 1,500 people.
Wow.
And yet they had a
absolutely
bigger
shocking.
team, but even then they might only have a team of half a dozen or so looking into 1,500 murders.
And I mean, you can't even imagine those numbers.
But without trying to simplify it, your approach to any major crime is the same, whether you're a domestic detective or an investigator. You had to establish your crime scene, what crimes are committed. You had to find it where the
So
crime
you're
scene
not
is.
ever relying on someone else telling you,
No, you can-
those bodies there. You have to see it for yourself.
You have to get it. Well, either that or your team, your scenes of crime team will have to be there, and you normally have an investigator who's in charge of that particular investigation will be present at the exhumation, and they'll be involved in the obtaining of the evidence and so forth.
And part of that evidence, I presume, was speaking to those survivors of those crimes,
Yes.
Families of the victims, families of those who had disappeared and never been found.
I can probably do best to kind of quote you what my last chief prosecutor said in relation to witnesses. The witness is still the core element of evidence for the courts of the tribunal. So that puts into context how important witness testimony is. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it's the fundamental basis of any investigation that you have, especially if you're taken to court under our judicial process.
Were you surprised that those victims of crimes, but also the families of those who were slaughtered, were you surprised at their strength, that they were able to tell you what happened?
I still am. I'm in awe, actually, of them. They're amazing people. I mean, the majority are women from Srebrenica for the crimes, because most of the men have been killed. And their strength of character, and bear in mind, when they started their organisations, if I can, their victim organisations, the likelihood of any sort of success in an investigation was remote, a remote dream for them. It seemed almost impossible, and yet they never gave up, and they still don't give up. I think it was Munir Subotic who leads the Association of Mothers of Srebrenica and Chapter Enclaves. I think she said that it's about truth and justice. Truth is finding the remains of our loved ones, and justice is seeing those perpetrators go to court. And I don't think I can say it any more concisely than her words. And they live by that. I mean, I think I mentioned earlier that over 800 men and boys still missing. 800 from Srebrenica alone, 30 years on. That's 800 mothers, sisters, cousins who don't know where their families are.
No. You have
How
no
can we
idea.
jump-
It's the unknowing, and they must have had hope
Yeah, they did initially,
that
definitely.
those people that had disappeared were going to come back, as you said.
Absolutely.
They had that hope, and I guess many of them hoped that the horrific war crimes that happened to their loved ones were quick. I mean, they would have had to talk to you about what they saw, what they experienced, and also what you knew as well was happening that they didn't know. Was it a two-way conversation? Did you tell them this is what we think has happened to your loved ones?
No.
Never.
No, I mean, you don't want to put ideas into a witness's mind. You want to hear what
It was
they
all
have.
from them.
So you need to be able to, I mean, how do you access the worst horrors? How can I talk to you as a woman and try to find out from you the worst horrors of you've lost your husband, you've lost your 2 kids, you may have been sexually assaulted. How can I possibly encourage you to access those memories to tell me?
Yeah.
I mean,
I can't believe that
I
they
ca-
actually did, but they
I
did it
can't-
for justice. They
I
did it
can't
for
believe
their
it.
loved ones
I
as well.
can't believe it. And so you want them to give you their memories. Yes, you need to prompt them sometimes if they get stuck or if they go off track a bit. But you don't want to tell them anything. You want to encourage them to tell you. That's the big
Yes,
difference.
yeah. And I presume these skills that you clearly have and also learnt in dialogue, in conversation with people, you must have had this as well when you were working domestically as a detective. What were some of the skills that you needed as a detective working in Wales, but also what did you do? What crimes did you come across when you were working in Wales, and which would have helped you when you had to work in Bosnia? Did you take those skills with you, and is that where you learnt them?
Absolutely. I mean, I was a cop for 27 years, 25 as a detective. I probably investigated or was involved in investigations of everything on the statute book in the UK, basically, from theft of a handbag to murder and kidnapping. I mean, murder and kidnapping, I was part of a huge team then, and I might have been involved in house inquiries, investigating witnesses, scenes of crime. You were allocated a duty, depending on what the case was.
Can you tell us about some of those crimes that you had to investigate?
In the UK? Yeah, I mean, murder, I mean, there's several I was involved in. A murder of a taxi driver that was never solved, actually, who was picked up in Cardiff and then found abandoned near a place called Bridgend, a taxi that he was taken off. I have no idea, but he was bludgeoned to death with a hammer, no matter what we...
And Bridgend, I've heard of, is not a particular, what I wouldn't think of as a particularly high crime area.
No, he was not in Bridgend. The body was found just outside Bridgend,
Right.
but it was a very bizarre crime, picked up in an area called Fairwater in Cardiff by taxi and then found bludgeoned to death. I mean, we never solved that one, so that's one in particular. But there, you're interviewing witnesses all the time. I didn't interview the witnesses of the victim at that time, but you develop skills of what would you have to have patience. You can't rush it. You have to show some form of empathy. And
Do you ever do
sympathy.
the bad cop, good cop thing that we see in the films, that you have a certain style and...
Not with
each of you
witnesses. Not with witnesses. But yeah, I mean, it's overemphasized. But yes, there's a bit of psychological play there, of
Yeah,
course.
so tell us more about that psychology as well. From also their point of view, the people that you are investigating, those people that you have picked up for doing a crime, that you think, okay, these people could potentially have committed the crime that we're investigating.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think goes through their head when they are first brought in by you?
Again, a very interesting question, but I guess my instinct is to say the first thing, and I'll say, well, I've never arrested a guilty man, if I can say that, and by that I mean is that everyone I've arrested always said it wasn't me, Gov, it was somebody else.
They all said that from the beginning.
Pretty much. I mean,
none of them put their hands up and said, "Okay, it's me."
You
got
do
me.
occasionally, but the vast majority don't. So it wasn't me. I wasn't there. It was somebody else. There's always denial there, and there's no difference in this scenario. And of course, you've got a situation where they don't have to talk to you. They have a legal right to silence. So,
is it worse for them if they don't speak? For example, do you automatically think, "Oh, you're not speaking, there must be some guilt," or do you have no preconceptions?
I'd be lying if you said you don't have any preconceptions, because you've done a lot of research and evidence seeking before.
Okay, so you've done a lot of research before you even bring them in.
And if you arrest somebody because you arrest them on suspicion of, so you have a reason why they've been arrested. So already linked. You can't go and take somebody off the street just because you think, well, they don't look very nice. I'll take them.
Obviously, there is definitely some investigation.
So you already have a preconceived idea that they're involved in some way. You may not know exactly. You might think that they've done it, but you don't know quite how. So you then have to try to find a way of being able to talk to them to find out what they're going to tell you about it. And quite often they'll say nothing at all. Or if they do talk to you, it's helpful if they talk to you, because if they tell lies, you've always got a chance of disproving their lies. So it's
I guess you have to also look at their body language and not just what they're saying, but how they're saying it as well. And what about if you get somebody who's, so for example, we're talking about what I imagine here now, normal people, somebody you're having a conversation with, you're asking a question, they are responding, or they're saying, I don't want to respond. That's still, to me, almost normal human behaviour. What happens, and what did happen, if this did happen, when you interviewed somebody who you thought had something like psychopathic traits, or had a severe mental, or should we say personality disorder, a severe personality disorder? How would the interview go with them, and what was that like? Did that scare you when you came across, if you did, anybody like that who you thought, this person is not following the normal human norms and ways of responding?
Well, domestically, there are quite strict conditionalities in how you interview these individuals. If you think they have a particular mental issue, then you have to go through a particular procedure to be able to interview them in the first place. Very complicated to go into now. But if I can transfer that to the war crimes arena, if I think about it, I can't think about how anybody can possibly think about killing thousands of people anyway.
So you don't have in your mind that person to do that has to be a psychopath? No. I mean, clearly, they probably are. Did they start off as normal people? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the array of not just suspects, persons who've been convicted in the tribunal. You have teachers, you have ordinary guys who've come from a bricklaying or working in the fields. You've got politicians. More scary though? It is. I think it's scary on the scale of individuals. You have teachers, people who have unblemished records, turn out to be sadistic killers. You actually had a case like that? I've been involved on the outskirts of them, yes. I mean, and of course you hear about the cases back home. But I mean, what makes a respected politician or police officer, senior police officer, turn out to be either directly involved or complicit in these horrendous... Or what you see as you look in their background, they've had a relatively, what you would think, a normal background, absolutely. Normal upbringing, lovely, helpful parents that married, after young children. I mean, if you're kind of a study of history and you look back at Hitler's entourage and you see some of the psychopaths who were involved there, some of those came from very ordinary backgrounds. Well, what I can't understand is somebody like Hitler, he was an artist. You imagine these skills for somebody who's got empathy, or some emotion, and then they turn out to be the person who's responsible for genocide. I mean, yes, we've all seen some horrible things. One of the things that we found that was very useful for trials, it's a horrific tape, is the execution of people done by a notorious group of people called Arkan's Tigers, if I remember rightly. But they were taken from the Srebrenica enclave. And they're taken out. You can see them taken out of their lorries,
lined up on the road, then walked off individually into areas, lined up and shot one by one.
Wow.
Lined up, and then you know the next person in line has just seen the man in front of him being killed. He knows he's going to be shot next.
Yeah.
Then they save two at the end who pick up the bodies, take them to a pit and throw them in there, and they're then shot and dropped in the pit.
That's
And you're watching these.
it's scary to think
It's
a human can
scary,
be
but it's not just one or two
capable
shooters.
of
These are a lot of people doing this,
yeah.
and you just think to yourself,
Like I said, they're not just one or two people that you've just, okay, we have to get him. He's the person responsible. So often they have an army behind them.
absolutely. You imagine if let's, for argument's sake, on this particular video, I think you see 4 or 5 shooters. I can't remember exactly now, and somebody who's taking the photograph, and you see them go on and do some house cleaning as well afterwards. Well, if you look at say there's 5 there, you might have 1 or 2 who you could classically call psychopathic, perhaps, but the others aren't.
No.
They're ordinary people. How
so did you ever think about what turned those people?
Always, I still do. And one thing that puzzles me, even today, is that you can perhaps understand some of them have been coerced into killing and threatened that if they don't, their families will be dealt with. You can understand that. But we're 30 years on now, political situation has changed. I couldn't live with my conscience if I'd killed somebody. I'd have to tell somebody about it, if not to say, get off my chest. But maybe I know where some of these 800 missing are. How can they go to bed at night knowing that they may have the information about where the loved ones of these people are? I can't quite understand how.
I mean, when you did come across those who were in that situation, what did you? How did you think that they felt? I mean, do you think that they regretted what they did? Do you think that they thought, okay, well, I wasn't the first perpetrator. I was just in the background there. Therefore, I'm not that guilty. What sort of personalities did they have when they were caught? Did they feel regret? Did they feel that they were responsible, or did they feel that they were coerced or led into that, or, for example, they were persuaded to do that war crime?
I never had one who confessed. There are those who did go to court and actually made what they call a statement of guilt before the court, and so they admitted their guilt and offered their apologies and what have you, and tried to explain why they did it. Very few and far between. So it's a difficult question to answer. I think that a lot of them are in denial. A lot of them.
So they didn't say, well, I'm really sorry, it was because I was coerced, I don't know what came over me. Not that type of attitude.
I mean, some did, but very few. Some did, very few. But the others, I think, just went, that they know, either they believe completely what they did and just don't care.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Why do they deny it?
I don't know. But an interesting point to this, perhaps, is that some of those senior ones who were found guilty by the court have returned to Bosnia, have been greeted with a hero's welcome even today. And some of them have actually implied that they didn't do it and don't regret what they've done. I mean,
Wow.
it's bizarre.
That's
It's
you know,
worrying, actually.
to hear that, like, even when you have pointed out what they have done, all their crimes in court, and they've heard the history, they've heard what happened from beginning to the end, they've heard that, and they knew they were involved, but they've also heard it from outsiders, and not just one outsider, not just what they perceive as the enemy, but somebody who they perceived as neutral, telling them, this is what happened, this is what you've done, and this is why you're guilty. They still don't accept it.
Don't accept it. And you hear, I didn't see this myself, but when Ratko Mladic, who was the military commander, was facing the court, of course, the surviving mothers of Srebrenica were in the public gallery, which is protected by a glass and bulb. But he was doing all kinds of terrible things towards them, like looking at them grinning.
So he was taunting
Well,
he was taunting the victims, but the families of the victims,
Absolutely.
but taunting you
smiling and
as
grinning.
well. Wow,
In court. This is the arrogance of the man.
that's horrible.
Horrible.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can't imagine what the families of victims were feeling at that point, seeing him do that, hearing that as well.
Well, that's another thing that amazes me about their capacity to, I suppose, forgive is the ones.
Did many of the families of the victims, did they forgive? their
They do
perpetrators?
forgive them. They do. If you speak to them now, the majority will say, I forgive them. I would shake their hands today. If they admit what they've done, I'd shake their hands today. If I'd lost 22 members of my family, I genuinely don't think I could do that.
Wow. And is that to help them survive? Is that to help them overcome the horrors, that they feel those memories? Or is it that they just have no other choice
I think it's deeper than that. I think, again, I mentioned Munira Subic. There's many I could mention, but she talks about making a better future for her surviving relatives, and she doesn't have many, and for the kids.
So not even about their own survival, it's about their children now.
It's about the future.
Who are growing up.
It's about the future. They want to make sure that there is not this, I hate them because they killed all my family, but I forgive them for what they've done. Let's get on with life. We have to coexist, and that's the kind of, I wish I could remember the quote from Munira, but there's quite a few who say some very amazing things.
Do you think their religion helped them? Do you think the Bosnian Muslims who suffered from these war crimes,
definitely, I think their religion
helped?
Definitely has helped them. I have no doubt about that at all. None whatsoever.
Did it make you think about your existence and religion and what we're here for?
Yeah, it does. I mean, yeah, it must do. I think most people would in some ways. I mean, I'm not a spiritually active individual. I am a Christian. I have a few issues with my God at the moment, which I haven't resolved yet. But no, I certainly have beliefs, and I admire this.
And you would have talked to the Christians out there that had, were persecuted.
Yeah, I'm very few, because all the victims I've dealt with have been in Bosnia, have been Muslims, Muslim victims. Yeah. Amazing. And as I mentioned,
what skills did you feel after being there? I mean, obviously, in my mind, I think you must have developed resilience. What skills did you then take back to England with you after this, and what did you do then with those skills?
I'm thinking deep about that, because the skills I developed my interpersonal skills, of course. I mean, you can't possibly... Each individual investigator will have a different method of approaching, although it's very similar in its style. You have to find your own way of relating to the person you're talking to. And I always believed that I had to give a piece of myself to you as a victim, for example, for you to be able to start to trust me, and then develop a dialogue which encouraged that belief. How do I do that? I'm not quite sure, but you have to find a way. You know, I find it. I might talk about my family. I might talk about the losses I've had in my life, which don't compare anywhere to what theirs were. But
I guess it does make you put everything into perspective about your own life.
It does. It does. But I'm always aware I'm talking to somebody who's lost everything, and I want them to tell me what their worst moments in life, and that's a big ask of anybody.
You want them to tell you?
Yes. I want them
to help them?
I would like to say yes, but initially, no. My motivation is for the evidence that they've got, isn't it? I mean, I'll be honest with you now, yes, that is, but it's also to do it in such a way as to, because the majority want to tell you about it, because nobody's listened to them, and they want to have some form of justice, even though whatever justice I can offer them will probably fail into insignificance. So yes, and I do believe that the majority, when I talk to them, are relieved. They have a relief about talking to me. I won't apply to all of them, but a majority. But I'm always aware, how do you ask a person to divulge the innermost secret that they don't want to tell? It's the worst thing they've experienced in their life, and you want them to revisit them. And when you're talking to these wonderful people and you get them into that zone, they're not with you in that interview room anymore. They're back in that horrible day when the worst things happen to them. And you can see it in their eyes and their demeanour. And I defy anybody not to be touched by that. So you have to be aware of it and not interrupt them, let them and quite a few broken down and cried in the middle of it, and you show them whatever support you can for that, and obviously tell them that they can stop. The majority don't want to stop. I've had one or two who say I can't talk anymore. But they want to talk, and it's just to show them that you understand as best as you can what they're going through.
And when those perpetrators are caught,
Yes.
the way you feel about everything has come to a conclusion. Perhaps justice has been done. Perhaps it hasn't fully been done, but they're caught. And when the victims know that the perpetrators have been caught, what is the difference between how you feel about the perpetrator getting his comeuppance and how the victim feels? And is there anything in common?
I think our two emotions are different because how can they ever be satisfied with the justice at the end of the day? And I'll tell you a quick story, if I may. At the start of the investigation, this is going back to the beginning of my time there, nothing more than the death penalty would satisfy any of them. Anything less was just not justice. Because, of course, in the former Yugoslavia, there was a death penalty. So they couldn't quite get their heads around the idea that there was not going to be a death penalty. No matter how many people they murdered, there was going to be no death penalty. And so this was a huge step for them to overcome, because some of them thought, how can it be justice if it's not an eye for an eye type of situation? And so they had to modify their expectations constantly with the tribunal. So fast forward then to when it takes place, they're delighted that they're sentenced. Nothing more than life imprisonment would do for natural life. Anything less would not be satisfactory, but they were still, I won't say satisfied, they're still pleased that they've been convicted, arrested and convicted, because and they said this many times to me, they don't believe that they would have had any justice at all if the tribunal hadn't been there. So that's, for me, is the big thing, is that they feel there has been, it's not been
There's
totally,
been something.
There's been something there. People, perpetrators have been brought
And
to justice.
perhaps enough for them to walk away from.
I don't think it'll ever be enough. I think that's probably the wrong thing to say, but they're satisfied that what has been done is as much as they could expect to be done, and so they're satisfied in that. And I'm not evading the question, but that's
That's a better way of
try to put
understanding
it into context. And they've always been so. It's embarrassing how grateful they are to the tribunal and people like me, when we should be grateful to them for opening their hearts and soul to us. But from my point of view, I had great satisfaction.
Yeah.
I mean, to see somebody like Ratko Mladic get sentenced, and I was actually in Holland when Karadzic appealed against his sentence conviction, so he was hoping to get off. But it worked against him because he was only given 40 years imprisonment initially. Wow. But at the end of the appeal, they amended and upgraded his 40 years to life imprisonment.
Where he still is in prison.
Well, he will be forever.
And that's good.
And absolutely. So and when I can still, in my mind's eye, see his look on his face when they gave him, he didn't believe it.
It was shock. He was shocked.
Absolutely shocked. He's suddenly 40 years seemed like a long time to him, but at least he had a chance of parole after 2/3.
Was it satisfying seeing his shock?
What? I'm not ashamed to say yes, it was. I had a real yes. You deserve that, my friend.
And I guess for everybody else in the courtroom too.
Yeah.
Did you ever think that something as horrific as a genocide in Srebrenica would happen again in your lifetime?
No. Well, I hoped. I had to modify that quickly because, yes, my heart said no, it'll never happen again. But in reality, human nature as it is, I was afraid it was going to happen again.
And that fear, I presume, is there for so many of us, that something as horrific as what happened in Sarajevo is happening in Gaza.
Well, even before that, it happened in Ukraine. And
Ukraine.
We've seen it unfold again now. So we got two situations. Fortunately, we have the International Criminal Court who are tasked with investigating these things as the independent body. And we as UK and other European countries signed up to the existence of the ICC, the International Criminal Court. When the tribunal finished, everybody realised that the work that the tribunal did was actually quite good, quite groundbreaking and very good outcome, and decided that we should have a permanent court, not an ad hoc UN organisation. So when this was created, I was very pleased because I thought at least there's going to be some justice for these areas that would never face it before. So the independence of this organisation, to me, is paramount. And I'm from the UK, and I think the independence of the judicial process is paramount.
A lot of people have tried to point out crimes that are going on in Gaza from the footage that they've seen from people's mobile phones, from the journalists that have been there.
Yes.
And also the absence of information because journalists have been killed in Gaza. Do you feel, therefore, that more must be done to bring those to justice? And do you think we can do that?
I think there's a couple of angles for an answer to that question. We know, for example, that the ICC have issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and his I forget which member it is now, it's escaped my memory, and the Hamas leader who's been killed. So the arrest warrants are there. Now they've been issued because there's been a decision by the chief prosecutor of the ICC that there's sufficient evidence against those individuals for them to be arrested and charged or indicted with war crimes. But that's just the start of the investigative process. That says that there's a prima facie case.
Does it normally take that long?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
right.
you look at the
because people are asking, why is it taking so long?
Have a look at how long some of the investigations took in The Hague. And I'm not saying it's satisfactory. It's not. But in this international justice, it takes time to take place for various reasons, which wouldn't happen in domestic courts. And because it's an independent investigative process, they're not going to discuss the process of the investigation, and it would be wrong for them to do so. It would prejudice whatever they're trying to achieve there.
So even if things are going ahead in the process, we don't know yet?
I can guarantee there'll be investigative process going on. Now, I doubt very much at this stage whether the investigators have been allowed into Gaza, but they won't be far away and they'll be collecting evidence as best.
Is that what
often
holds an investigation back? Access?
Yeah, of course it will. Of course it will. Absolutely. But it won't stop it. That's what I try to encourage people to understand. You know, it's like, I don't like analogies, but like the duck on the water, it seems that nothing is happening, but I assure you there'll be a lot happening in the background. It's complicated because you have countries that don't acknowledge the ICC, the US, for example, and others. And so the principals, whoever they are, the suspects, can travel to those countries without fear of being detained. In other European countries, such as the UK, they have suggested that they would arrest them if they came here. I sincerely hope they would, because not to do so, to me, is, I can't imagine a situation where you wouldn't. We support the process of the independence of the court. Why would we not support the findings of the court? And so...
Are you personally shocked that it's gone on this long?
I'm not surprised.
Okay.
I'm not surprised. I mean,
and why is that? Is that because of the background history?
More than that, really. The war is still going on. It's very difficult to investigate. I mean... Our guys did go in when the war was still going on, and it was extremely dangerous for them. There was some areas where they couldn't actually get access to. So to conduct an investigation in a war zone is, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's difficult. First of all, you have to have access. If you don't have access, you can't investigate on the ground.
Who will be the people who will investigate or are investigating right now? Will they be detectives like yourself?
Yeah, but maybe a mix. There'll be investigators from various backgrounds. For example, in the tribunal, you didn't just have police investigators. You had military investigators. You had customs and excise investigators. Investigators from all over, but all had the requisite requirements to be employed as investigators. And so they'll have the same in the ICC. We don't know, and neither should we know what's going on. I mean, working on the same basis of the independence of judiciary, you know, think about the domestic murders. You know nothing about or shouldn't know, and you don't know anything about the inquiry. They'll say, we can't discuss the case, but rest assured we're supporting the families and we're investigating for
If you were at the beginning of your career again,
yes.
Or perhaps the section where the part where you have done some detective work and you were looking to further your career in investigations, would you be the one to volunteer to investigate what's happening in Gaza?
Yes, I would. Much so, my wife would be very distressed to hear me say that. My family would too, but yes, I would.
But a lot of people would see your courage. A lot of people would say that's the right thing to do.
We had a discussion before. I'm not sure if it's courage. I'm an investigator. It's where my experience is, and it's something I think I could.
I mean, I
I'm
see
too old
it as
now. I think at 70, 73, I'm too
courage
old
too,
now.
though, because you may have the experience, but you may not want to go out there.
I'd go out tomorrow, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, that gives me hope in humanity. After us talking about, you know, criminal behaviour, it's nice to hear that there are so many more people that do want to see justice
There's like a
be done
friends
and do want peace.
I got friends who are working in Ukraine now, who in the midst of it. I got friends who are in the ICC who they won't tell me, and I wouldn't ask them, but I know they'll be involved in these investigations. So there are good people out there who want to see this work done, and
that gives me
it's
hope.
frustrating.
That warms my heart.
Well, it's frustrating to see the level of human loss that's carrying on out there. The conflict, the war has to stop now, and I'm not sure how we're going to achieve that. That's the first process, and then to get our guys and girls in
I think
there.
every day there is some horror that we see. Every day there's something horrific that we hear
And it will continue.
and read.
It will continue.
And we just really,
That upsets me a lot.
yeah, we just hope and we pray as well that it will stop immediately,
Absolutely.
as soon as possible, today. And, you know, that those who are committing atrocities are brought to justice by the likes of yourself, like the likes of the International Court.
And that's not going to be easy when you have so many countries, big players who are against the idea. They'll be fighting every inch of the way. But I have no doubt that today that they will continue as much as they can to get justice.
Before we go,
Yes.
we do have to end this, and you know, but
It's that time come already.
it
It's gone
is
quickly, isn't
already.
it?
It's gone so quickly. But before we do go,
Yes.
what would be the one thing, the main thing that you have learnt in your career, in your life, that you would like to pass on to the next generation? Perhaps
The courage and determination of survivors and victims of the Bosnian genocide. Their courage, their determination, and their willingness to forgive and proceed with life. Amazing.
Thank you. And that's, you know, that's good for me to hear as well. And everybody, you know, can hopefully take a piece of that with them.
Hopefully, yes.
And, you know, if we can spread that message, and if we can successfully, in the likes of yourself, give that message to the next generation and to others that are also looking for a career.
Absolutely.
Perhaps, you know, you can inspire them with that hope, with that information.
It's not an easy career, but it's so rewarding on all levels.
Would you do it all again?
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah. That has given me, you know, so much hope for the future in such dark times at the moment.
Yes.
And I really appreciate you coming to talk to us today.
Thanks for having me. I
And
really
for having
enjoyed it.
such a candid talk as well. And some of what you said was not easy to listen to, because knowing that it's going on today as well, knowing it had happened, and the families of those victims are still alive and still having to suffer those memories of what happened day after day. And I hope that those families that didn't find out what happened to their loved ones, I hope they do eventually find out what happened.
Thank you, so do I.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you
time
much.
today.
Thank you too.
And for all your work and
Thank you.
continued work as well. I hope also that we can perhaps hear more in a book, perhaps.
I'm writing one at the moment.
You're writing a book. Now, there you go. So we can read more about your work.
I hope to, yes.
And what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think when it is documented, the more it's documented, the more we can learn and the more we can
No, I agree with
prevent
you completely.
those atrocities happening again.
Thank you.
Tucker. It's
been a
Howard
pleasure.
Tucker.
It's been a pleasure.
great
Thank
pleasure
you.
for me too.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you.
ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. ربنا إننا آمنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا إننا آمنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا إننا آمنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وقنا عذاب النار.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يسبح لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض الملك القدوس العزيز الحكيم. هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة وإن كانوا من قبل لفي ضلال مبين وآخرين منهم لما يلحقوا بهم وهو العزيز الحكيم ذلك فضل الله يؤتيه من يشاء والله ذو الفضل العظيم مثل الذين حملوا التوراة ثم لم يحملوها كمثل الحمار يحمل أسفارا بئس مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآيات الله والله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين قل يا أيها الذين هادوا إن زعمتم أنكم أولياء لله من دون الناس فتمنوا الموت إن كنتم صادقين ولا يتمنونه أبدا بما قدمت أيديهم والله عليم بالظالمين قل إن الموت الذي تفرون منه فإنه ملاقيكم ثم تردون إلى عالم الغيب والشهادة فينبئكم بما كنتم تعملون يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا نودي للصلاة من يوم الجمعة فاسعوا إلى ذكر الله وذروا البيع ذلكم خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون فإذا قضيت الصلاة فانتشروا في الأرض وابتغوا من فضل الله واذكروا الله كثيرا لعلكم تفلحون وإذا رأوا تجارة أو لهوا انفضوا إليها وتركوك قائما قل ما عند الله خير من اللهو ومن التجارة والله خير الرازقين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاءك المنافقون قالوا نشهد إنك لرسول الله والله يعلم إنك لرسوله والله يشهد إن المنافقين لكاذبون اتخذوا أيمانهم جنة فصدوا عن سبيل الله إنهم ساء ما كانوا يعملون ذلك بأنهم آمنوا ثم كفروا فطبع على قلوبهم فهم لا يفقهون وإذا رأيتهم تعجبك أجسامهم وإن يقولوا تسمع لقولهم كأنهم خشب مسندة يحسبون كل صيحة عليهم هم العدو فاحذرهم قاتلهم الله أنى يؤفكون وإذا قيل لهم تعالوا يستغفر لكم رسول الله لووا رؤوسهم ورأيتهم يصدون وهم مستكبرون سواء عليهم أستغفرت لهم أم لم تستغفر لهم لن يغفر الله لهم إن الله لا يهدي القوم الفاسقين هم الذين يقولون لا تنفقوا على من عند رسول الله حتى ينفضوا ولله خزائن السماوات والأرض ولكن المنافقين لا يفقهون يقولون لئن رجعنا إلى المدينة ليخرجن الأعز منها الأذل ولله العزة ولرسوله وللمؤمنين ولكن المنافقين لا يعلمون يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تلهكم أموالكم ولا أولادكم عن ذكر الله ومن يفعل ذلك فأولئك هم الخاسرون وأنفقوا مما رزقناكم من قبل أن يأتي أحدكم الموت فيقول رب لولا أخرتني إلى أجل قريب فأصدق وأكن من الصالحين ولن يؤخر الله نفسا إذا جاء أجلها والله خبير بما تعملون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها النبي لم تحرم ما أحل الله لك تبتغي مرضات أزواجك والله غفور رحيم قد فرض الله لكم تحلة أيمانكم والله مولاكم وهو العليم الحكيم وإذ أسر النبي إلى بعض أزواجه حديثا فلما نبأت به وأظهره الله عليه عرف بعضه وأعرض عن بعض فلما نبأها به قالت من أنبأك هذا قال نبأني العليم الخبير إن تتوبا إلى الله فقد صغت قلوبكما وإن تظاهرا عليه فإن الله هو مولاه وجبريل وصالح المؤمنين والملائكة بعد ذلك ظهير عسى ربه إن طلقكن أن يبدله أزواجا خيرا منكن مسلمات مؤمنات قانتات تائبات عابدات سائحات ثيبات وأبكارا يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون يا أيها الذين كفروا لا تعتذروا اليوم إنما تجزون ما كنتم تعملون يا أيها الذين آمنوا توبوا إلى الله توبة نصوحا عسى ربكم أن يكفر عنكم سيئاتكم ويدخلكم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار يوم لا يخزي الله النبي والذين آمنوا معه نورهم يسعى بين أيديهم وبأيمانهم يقولون ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير يا أيها النبي جاهد الكفار والمنافقين واغلظ عليهم ومأواهم جهنم وبئس المصير ضرب الله مثلا للذين كفروا امرأة نوح وامرأة لوط كانتا تحت عبدين من عبادنا صالحين فخانتاهما فلم يغنيا عنهما من الله شيئا وقيل ادخلا النار مع الداخلين وضرب الله مثلا للذين آمنوا امرأة فرعون إذ قالت رب ابن لي عندك بيتا في الجنة ونجني من فرعون وعمله ونجني من القوم الظالمين ومريم ابنة عمران التي أحصنت فرجها فنفخنا فيه من روحنا وصدقت بكلمات ربها وصدقت بكلمات ربها وكتبه وكانت من القانتين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها المزمل قم الليل إلا قليلا نصفه أو انقص منه قليلا أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا إنا سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا إن ناشئة الليل هي أشد وطئا وأقوم قيلا إن لك في النهار سبحا طويلا واذكر اسم ربك وتبتل إليه تبتيلا رب المشرق والمغرب لا إله إلا هو فاتخذه وكيلا واصبر على ما يقولون واهجرهم هجرا جميلا وذرني والمكذبين أولي النعمة ومهلهم قليلا إن لدينا أنكالا وجحيما وطعاما ذا غصة وعذابا أليما يوم ترجف الأرض والجبال وكانت الجبال كثيبا مهيلا إنا أرسلنا إليكم رسولا شاهدا عليكم كما أرسلنا إلى فرعون رسولا فعصى فرعون الرسول فأخذناه أخذا وبيلا فكيف تتقون إن كفرتم يوما يجعل الولدان شيبا السماء منفطر به كان وعده مفعولا إن هذه تذكرة فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه سبيلا إن ربك يعلم أنك تقوم أدنى من ثلثي الليل ونصفه وثلثه وطائفة من الذين معك والله يقدر الليل والنهار علم أن لن تحصوه فتاب عليكم فقرؤوا ما تيسر من القرآن علم أن سيكون منكم مرضى وآخرون يضربون في الأرض يبتغون من فضل الله وآخرون يقاتلون في سبيل الله فاقرؤوا ما تيسر منه وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة فأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأقرضوا الله قرضا حسنا وما تقدموا لأنفسكم من خير تجدوه عند الله هو خيرا وأعظم أجرا واستغفروا الله إن الله غفور رحيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يسبح لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض الملك القدوس العزيز الحكيم. هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة وإن كانوا من قبل لفي ضلال مبين. وآخرين منهم لما يلحقوا بهم وهو العزيز الحكيم. ذلك فضل الله يؤتيه من يشاء والله ذو الفضل العظيم. مثل الذين حملوا التوراة ثم لم يحملوها كمثل الحمار يحمل أسفارا بئس مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآيات الله والله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين. قل يا أيها الذين هادوا إن زعمتم أنكم أولياء لله من دون الناس فتمنوا الموت إن كنتم صادقين ولا يتمنونه أبدا بما قدمت أيديهم والله عليم بالظالمين. قل إن الموت الذي تفرون منه فإنه ملاقيكم ثم تردون إلى عالم الغيب والشهادة فينبئكم بما كنتم تعملون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا نودي للصلاة من يوم الجمعة فاسعوا إلى ذكر الله وذروا البيع ذلكم خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون. فإذا قضيت الصلاة فانتشروا في الأرض وابتغوا من فضل الله واذكروا الله كثيرا لعلكم تفلحون. وإذا رأوا تجارة أو لهوا انفضوا إليها وتركوك قائما قل ما عند الله خير من اللهو ومن التجارة والله خير الرازقين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاءك المنافقون قالوا نشهد إنك لرسول الله والله يعلم إنك لرسوله والله يشهد إن المنافقين لكاذبون اتخذوا أيمانهم جنة فصدوا عن سبيل الله إنهم ساء ما كانوا يعملون ذلك بأنهم آمنوا ثم كفروا فطبع على قلوبهم فهم لا يفقهون وإذا رأيتهم تعجبك أجسامهم وإن يقولوا تسمع لقولهم كأنهم خشب مسندة يحسبون كل صيحة عليهم هم العدو فاحذرهم قاتلهم الله أنى يؤفكون وإذا قيل لهم تعالوا يستغفر لكم رسول الله لووا رؤوسهم ورأيتهم يصدون وهم مستكبرون سواء عليهم أستغفرت لهم أم لم تستغفر لهم لن يغفر الله لهم إن الله لا يهدي القوم الفاسقين هم الذين يقولون لا تنفقوا على من عند رسول الله حتى ينفضوا ولله خزائن السماوات والأرض ولكن المنافقين لا يفقهون يقولون لئن رجعنا إلى المدينة ليخرجن الأعز منها الأذل ولله العزة ولرسوله وللمؤمنين ولكن المنافقين لا يعلمون يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تلهكم أموالكم ولا أولادكم عن ذكر الله ومن يفعل ذلك فأولئك هم الخاسرون وأنفقوا مما رزقناكم من قبل أن يأتي أحدكم الموت فيقول رب لولا أخرتني إلى أجل قريب فأصدق وأكن من الصالحين ولن يؤخر الله نفسا إذا جاء أجلها والله خبير بما تعملون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها النبي لم تحرم ما أحل الله لك تبتغي مرضات أزواجك والله غفور رحيم قد فرض الله لكم تحلة أيمانكم والله مولاكم وهو العليم الحكيم وإذ أسر النبي إلى بعض أزواجه حديثا فلما نبأت به وأظهره الله عليه عرف بعضه وأعرض عن بعض فلما نبأها به قالت من أنبأك هذا قال نبأني العليم الخبير إن تتوبا إلى الله فقد صغت قلوبكما وإن تظاهرا عليه فإن الله هو مولاه وجبريل وصالح المؤمنين والملائكة بعد ذلك ظهير عسى ربه إن طلقكن أن يبدله أزواجا خيرا منكن مسلمات مؤمنات قانتات تائبات عابدات عابدات سائحات ثيبات وأبكارا يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون يا أيها الذين كفروا لا تعتذروا اليوم إنما تجزون ما كنتم تعملون يا أيها الذين آمنوا توبوا إلى الله توبة نصوحا عسى ربكم أن يكفر عنكم سيئاتكم ويدخلكم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار يوم لا يخزي الله النبي والذين آمنوا معه نورهم يسعى بين أيديهم وبأيمانهم يقولون ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير يا أيها النبي جاهد الكفار والمنافقين واغلظ عليهم ومأواهم جهنم وبئس المصير ضرب الله مثلا للذين كفروا امرأة نوح وامرأة لوط كانتا تحت عبدين من عبادنا صالحين فخانتاهما فلم يغنيا عنهما من الله شيئا وقيل ادخلا النار مع الداخلين. وضرب الله مثلا للذين آمنوا امرأة فرعون إذ قالت رب ابن لي عندك بيتا في الجنة ونجني من فرعون وعمله ونجني من القوم الظالمين. ومريم ابنة عمران التي أحصنت فرجها فنفخنا فيه من روحنا وصدقت بكلمات ربها وكتبه وكانت من القانتين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها المزمل قم الليل إلا قليلا نصفه أو انقص منه قليلا أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا إنا سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا إن ناشئة الليل هي أشد وطئا وأقوم قيلا إن لك في النهار سبحا طويلا واذكر اسم ربك وتبتل إليه تبتيلا رب المشرق والمغرب لا إله إلا هو فاتخذه وكيلا واصبر على ما يقولون واهجرهم هجرا جميلا وذرني والمكذبين أولي النعمة ومهلهم قليلا إن لدينا أنكالا وجحيما وطعاما ذا غصة وعذابا أليما يوم ترجف الأرض والجبال وكانت الجبال كثيبا مهيلا إنا أرسلنا إليكم رسولا شاهدا عليكم كما أرسلنا إلى فرعون رسولا فعصى فرعون الرسول فأخذناه أخذا وبيلا فكيف تتقون إن كفرتم يوما يجعل الولدان شيبا السماء منفطر به كان وعده مفعولا إن هذه تذكرة فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه سبيلا إن ربك يعلم أنك تقوم أدنى من ثلثي الليل ونصفه وثلثه وطائفة من الذين معك والله يقدر الليل والنهار علم أن لن تحصوه فتاب عليكم فاقرؤوا ما تيسر من القرآن علم أن سيكون منكم مرضى وآخرون يضربون في الأرض يبتغون من فضل الله وآخرون يقاتلون في سبيل الله فاقرؤوا ما تيسر منه وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأقرضوا الله قرضا حسنا وما تقدموا لأنفسكم من خير تجدوه عند الله هو خيرا وأعظم أجرا واستغفروا الله إن الله غفور رحيم.
ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم.
So would you say that drinking tap water or water from plastic bottles, they seem to be the most available? So how do you...
So it's filter your tap water, filter it. I've got a filter at home. The filter picks up any big, heavy metals and any chemicals which might, be untoward. So definitely have a water filter. Exercise, eat properly, eat nutritionally, sleep at the right time. Pray your salah, have discipline.
And if these are the issues for a lot of the men, how is this impacting women?
So women are getting men who are very feminine.
No, as in when you said that the men have these low testosterone levels at the age of 30 that their grandfathers didn't have at the age of 50, and that's as a result of diet, as a result of not exercising and their lifestyle, and water and so on. How is these similar attributes affecting women? Is there damage done to them as well?
Less so, because the water's got more estrogen in, and estrogen is a female. Women have testosterone as well, but it's 17 times less than a man.
Right.
Okay? Women have estrogen, but it's much more than a man. So men have estrogen as well, but it's much less than a woman. So high estrogen water, plastics are from what? They're from hydrocarbons, right? Crude oil is from plants. Plants break down. Plants are usually phytoestrogens in there. Phytoestrogens from the plants to break down into crude oil, hydrocarbons. Crude oil gets made into petroleum, gets made into plastic, clothes as well, polyester, etc. They get made from old leaves and plants, right? And usually they are very high in estrogen. So plastics are very high in estrogen, as is water. But estrogen doesn't have that massive effect on women in terms of
how it damages men.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously there's infertility, etc., subfertility, which can be linked to estrogen in water, but not as much as what affects men. Because men are creatures, let's say, men are creatures of testosterone, and that's dwindling. Estrogen is increasing in men.
Are you seeing this with a lot of Muslim men happening particularly?
Yeah, absolutely. So Muslim men have also... with the worst diets as well, particularly when I talk about Muslim men, talk about usually men from Middle East or from South Asia. We have a very high carbohydrate diet, very high carbs, white rice, lots of bread, etc. That's, again, they're storing insulin. Fat is being stored. So fat stores, estrogen as well. And we know if you carry more fat, your test is being converted into estrogen, a process called aromatization.
Right.
So men carrying excess fat as well from the carbohydrate diets.
Right.
Them diets worked, by the way.
when they're on the farms.
Yeah, and the farms.
Right.
You know, you have a big breakfast, you're going to spend 16
You're
hours on the
gonna
farm.
burn it all off all
You're going
through
to
the
burn it
day.
all off. It's going to go to your muscles as glycogen.
Right.
Now all the excess carbs is just going right to the gut. The worst kind of body men are having now. High estrogen body, low test body.
And when these men are coming and talking to you, it sounds to me like they're living quite sedentary lives as well.
not moving.
And what kind of advice are you giving them?
Just move. At least, you know, get 10,000 steps a day, minimum. You should be at ideally 12 to 15. If you can get 20,000 steps a day. I don't like to keep track. I don't want like a Apple Watch.
But it's just the kind of general advice.
Yeah, just get out.
And what about men that are kind of more in their 40s, 50s, and even in their senior years, in their 60s? What kind of advice would you give them?
Yeah, so again, be more mobile. Take a weight training, because we know weight training offsets against osteoporosis.
Okay.
So the more muscle you have, the later you have osteoporosis. And a lot of men are like, you know, I've got osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, got weak knees, got weak joints, I can't exercise. So weight training is actually very good at offsetting and actually building up your bone density. You get weaker bones if you don't exercise, particularly weight training. And that's why, you know, I've got a collagen range, particularly for men above 40. It's got collagen MSN, which really targets the joints in men, because that's the biggest thing. Doctor asked if I can't exercise, my knees are packed up.
Right.
Well, hopefully now you can. Take 3 months of collagen.
Right.
Inshallah, your knees will get much better, less stiff. You can recover better, and you can actually start working, hiking, etc.
Okay, and so this is part of the Dr. Asif Munaf's coaching, how you're helping men at more kind of
holistically in every way.
More over 30s?
Yeah, over 40s.
Over 40s is the kind of target market. Okay, and is that across? Is it all online or is it in person?
Yeah, so it's all online. Yeah, in person I can't because I live in Sheffield. Most of my clients are in London, etc.
Are you still practicing as a doctor?
I hardly work, so I do probably, my last shift was in January. Done like 3 or 4 shifts this year. I probably do like 10 medical shifts.
Just locum?
As a locum, yeah.
Right, okay.
Just to keep my registration.
Right, okay.
But now with what's happening, I don't think that's viable anymore.
Okay, so you're going to go more into, do you think you're going to go more into the world of the media or?
Not necessarily media, as in like formal media, but more content creation, raising awareness. As you've seen on my TikTok and Instagram, I'm all about raising awareness, giving value, telling people about things they wouldn't have necessarily known about.
Okay.
About nutrition, about sleep, about Islam, about mindset, etc. Trying to create a whole ecosystem around healthy living, especially in men. And yeah.
Do you feel like what's happened with this, the Twitter with Apprentice and so on, do you think that's been positive for you, or has it been more like, apart from the emotional kind of trauma behind it, but do you think that's been more positive for you or negative?
It's all positive. Alhamdulillah kulli hal. And particularly as a Muslim, the ummah's behind me. Like literally, I did a live yesterday, got so much love. People are joining the live, in a TikTok live, and they're like, we support you, you know, big fans. I can't reply to all of them, but alhamdulillah, lots of messages. They're like, you know, come, we'd love to have you as a speaker in this protest, in this university. Alhamdulillah.
What would you say has been the most difficult part of it all?
Most difficult part is explaining to people that, you know, who just know me superficially, like, you know, they see me as a good guy, and then this negativity in media, and trying to explain to them, look, you don't know me well enough for you to just trust me completely. Because the people that know me, they say, we know it's trash, it's just tabloids. But people that just know me last couple of years, they're like, we don't know you well enough to say if this is true or not, what's happening, can you explain it?
Do you think there's been an abuse of trust in that sense for you? Or people judging you incorrectly?
I think that's exactly it, and that's a very good word. So a lot of people have said, people are misjudging you, or you're misunderstood, rather. Misunderstood.
Yeah.
That's a better
and
word.
how are you, like, it's almost like you're having to play defense in a way, aren't
Exactly.
you?
And it takes up energy. Instead of building,
course,
you're trying to justify and have rebuttals for what's in the media.
That's right, and because I imagine that must be quite exhausting.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when the allegations are false, you're now having to, because as you said earlier, for you it's about dovetailing forward.
Exactly.
And when something like this, it's a real curveball because A, it's false, and B, it's got such a movement behind it that you're having to work 10 times harder away from your own goals to kind of put this to bed. And what is it that you find you're having to do every day in order to put this, or put some water on the fire that has been created?
Good question. So, two things I've been doing. Not Googling myself. Before I did. Like, I used to Google myself, oh, what's the article about? Now it's all negative articles, so I don't really Google myself. Before it'd be quite a nice one, like Dr. Munaf went to University of York. He's one of our own alumni. He's on The Apprentice. They're good articles. Sheffield Star, etc. Some Muslim journals. But now it's very skewed heavily in favor of negative bias, so I don't Google myself anymore. The second thing, I try to share a Quran ayat every morning on Twitter.
Right. So, in terms of I imagine if I was in your shoes, I would avoid Googling myself.
Exactly.
Because I would find that quite disheartening every day just to see anything. Like, nobody likes negativity being thrown at them. And with something like this, which is it's trending, A, and B, the comments, you have quite serious an Israeli lobby that will push to make things worse. So I can imagine that's quite difficult spiritually.
Yes.
And to kind of find solace, what do you do?
The Book of Allah. I actually mentioned it this morning on my Twitter. How can you be depressed in a world where firstly the Quran was revealed and secondly the Quran still exists? Because we know at that time will come where the Quran will be wiped away from the earth, right? Just towards the end of times. But we're not there yet. The Quran still exists. But how can you ever be distressed in a world where the Quran still exists in its original copy?
Is there something that you've read recently from the Quran that you feel has really given you hope, given you light?
Yeah, so the surah we are encouraged to read every morning, Surah Yasin. And I try to read it every morning. If I can't read it, I'll play it in the background. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because let's not forget, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala almost used to counsel Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam through the Quran as well. Do not grieve, do not be disheartened by what they say, etc. Previous prophets were also castigated in this way. They were driven away. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in His wisdom, consoles the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam through these stories of other prophets as well.
And do you find that when you read those words of Allah, that it's a consolation for you?
It is. So the ayat, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Yasin, لا يحزون قولهم لا يحزون قولهم. Do not grieve over what they say. That's amazing. That's so deep in Surah Yasin. Do not grieve over what they say, because what they're calling me, right? Anti-Semitic, misogynist, and anti-Hindu. You know what our Prophet was called? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Majnoon. Hungry for women. Even now what he's called, right? They're disgusting things he's called right now. So, come on, it's only going to elevate someone's status.
Yeah, I think it's really beautiful that you're able to model your life in the light of the prophets, because there are role models, right? And each of them have, as you quite rightly said, have also been tested. And this for you has been a testing time, I imagine, and it's really good. And also for our viewers and those at home to turn to the Book of Allah to find solace, understanding that this is just yet another test.
Exactly. It's just a test, it's a chapter in your life. The book is still open.
Alhamdulillah.
Different chapters are being written, and they're written by the best creator, right? The best writer. He wrote your book before you were born.
Here's an interesting question, because I know we don't have long left, right? Somebody once said to me that Allah has written what is going to happen in the pages of your life, but on some pages He's left
open for dua.
Oh, is it for dua?
Yeah.
So I heard that He's left some pages open, and it's like as you wish, or as you do.
Yeah.
So a page that's open, if it's open for you, what would you ask for?
I would ask for, okay, the only one thing we can ask for, right? In Jannah.
Okay, but now.
Oh, now, okay. Amalan mutaqabbilan. So accepted deeds to get me there.
Okay.
Whatever I'm doing to remove any hypocrisy, any nifaq, hatred, hasad, any insincerity from my heart, and accept my deeds.
Okay, so this is like you've got, it's a big page.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one. Give me 5.
To see a free Palestine.
Okay, good.
I'd love to say that. I would love to go visit Al-Aqsa when it's under Muslim rule.
Amin.
I would love, Amin. Allahumma Amin. Third one, for my progeny to be healthy, blessed, on Iman, What did Ibrahim alayhi salam say when he finished constructing the Kaaba or reconstructing the Kaaba? He says, "Oh Lord, accept it from me," and he said, "Rabbi ij'alni muqima salata wa min zurriyyati rabbana wa taqabbal du'a." You know, he said this. Oh Lord, make me and my progeny those who pray, muqima salat, those who establish prayer. Because we know examples in like countries like Brazil, etc. Islam came, the Lebanese Muslims came. After 3 generations, Islam stopped.
Right.
So we need to make sure our progeny pray.
Okay, so accepted deeds for a free Palestine, for your children and your progeny to
continue
to be righteous, to be good. 4.
I would wish for afia. Afia means
healing.
No, more kind of prevention from calamity. I want to lead a life where I don't want to be tested so much like the prophets were. They were tested, you know, Ayub alayhi salam was tested with illness, Yunus alayhi salam was tested, Yusuf alayhi salam was tested, Yaqub alayhi salam was tested, Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam was tested. They were kicked out of their own homes, they had to go into wilderness. I don't want...
Ease, a little bit of ease.
A little bit of ease, yeah. So I could concentrate on giving value to the ummah. And the 5th one, I would wish all those close to me to be rightly guided on the deen.
Okay. If you were going to, let's say you had won The Apprentice, would you regret your comments?
No, never. Money, fame, fortune, this is fickle. Marcus Aurelius says, he says, what's the point of being famous in this kind of world? And he said 2,000 years ago, he said, like, fame in this world is such a fickle world. Gone 1 minute, here 1 minute, gone the next. So no, never ever sell the deen, never. Even if they give me 250 billion, never.
Alhamdulillah. So for you, it's like, I think you're a man of principle and you stand for certain things. And clearly what we're seeing is that these are your lines. And you can accept it or reject it. I think that also shows from the beginning where when they called you to join, that immediately from there you kind of stipulated where you stand on things. And you said that when they called you, you were actually on a train journey.
I was in Slovakia. I was going through the mountains. It's beautiful. Slovakia.
Hiking?
Yeah, no, kind of hiking, but going the train first.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when they called you, how soon after did they call you? Did you have to go in?
Or into the house?
Yeah.
It's like a 6-7 week because they go through your DBS and...
Is there like levels that you have to do? Like you have before you
auditions,
get...
Yeah, so many auditions. You know,
how many auditions is there?
There's like 4 auditions. And there's 80,000 applicants to The Apprentice and only 18 people get on every year. 80,000, 80. It's a lot.
80,000 applicants. And how many auditions did you have to go through?
So you go through the first stage where they check your application, then you get through that. They send you a second application, you do that, you bring that with you on the first stage. The first stage has got multiple levels. You pitch, you meet a senior producer, you meet like an executive producer, and then you do like a video audition. So you do just 4 stages, 4 rounds in the first stage. Second stage is a group task. Even that group task.
Oh, this is all happening before the actual show?
Before you get on the show.
And are you doing the group task with members that you're with? Or?
Yeah. So you're doing the group task with people that will potentially get on the show with you.
Right.
So I met like 4 or 5 people that eventually made it onto the show.
Right.
They're seeing how you can teamwork, how you can delegate. If you're assertive, then there's also like a written task as well. See how you think.
And at what point do you meet Lord Sugar in all of this?
You meet Lord Sugar right in the boardroom, first day.
Oh, first
when
day.
you've made it for 9 and so it's interesting, Adil, because you don't know who's made it until you get to the boardroom for the first time.
Okay, and why do you think they keep you from meeting him? Is it part of like, and do you get to talk to him off screen?
No. He's a busy man. He literally finishes the show and he just goes back into his Rolls Royce. He's actually sometimes see at Rolls Royce parked and he just goes and drives off.
So you don't get to have a little powwow?
No. Zero. The only time you get to speak to him is in the boardroom.
Okay, so they keep that very separate.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it'll ruin the suspense, right? Because if you chatted to him, it'll ruin his kind of aura that he has.
Oh, so that what we see on screen is actually what you guys feel.
Yeah, of course.
Did he come to the house at all?
He came, the week after I left.
He came off the week after you left. Okay. Well, do you know what? It's as you said so far, alhamdulillah ala kulli hal. It's I think it's been very insightful to talk to you. Not just because talking to you off air and on air is different, but I think you've been a very knowledgeable guest and a very interesting for me and for our viewers at home. So I'd like to thank you that you've come, that you've made it engaging for me, and I've learned quite a lot. And I know that we only have a few minutes left, and I do have some more questions that I'm going to chase you up on, but inshallah we'll see you again. And for our viewers at home, I'd like to say thank you for joining us, and if you have questions or comments, please do type them in and get in touch with us. But for today, from me, Adil Muzammil, and from my very special guest, Dr. Asif Munaf, I'd like to say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعاء ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعاء ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعاء ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يسبح لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض الملك القدوس العزيز الحكيم هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة وإن كانوا من قبل لفي ضلال مبين وآخرين منهم لما يلحقوا بهم وهو العزيز الحكيم ذلك فضل الله يؤتيه من يشاء والله ذو الفضل العظيم مثل الذين حملوا التوراة ثم لم يحملوها كمثل الحمار يحمل أسفارا بئس مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآيات الله والله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين قل يا أيها الذين هادوا إن زعمتم أنكم أولياء لله من دون الناس فتمنوا الموت إن كنتم صادقين ولا يتمنونه أبدا بما قدمت أيديهم والله عليم بالظالمين قل إن الموت الذي تفرون منه فإنه ملاقيكم ثم تردون إلى عالم الغيب والشهادة فينبئكم بما كنتم تعملون يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا نودي للصلاة من يوم الجمعة فاسعوا إلى ذكر الله وذروا البيع ذلكم خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون فإذا قضيت الصلاة فانتشروا في الأرض وابتغوا من فضل الله واذكروا الله كثيرا لعلكم تفلحون وإذا رأوا تجارة أو لهوا انفضوا إليها وتركوك قائما قل ما عند الله خير من اللهو ومن التجارة والله خير الرازقين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاءك المنافقون قالوا نشهد إنك لرسول الله والله يعلم إنك لرسوله والله يشهد إن المنافقين لكاذبون اتخذوا أيمانهم جنة فصدوا عن سبيل الله إنهم ساء ما كانوا يعملون ذلك بأنهم آمنوا ثم كفروا فطبع على قلوبهم فهم لا يفقهون وإذا رأيتهم تعجبك أجسامهم وإن يقولوا تسمع لقولهم كأنهم خشب مسندة يحسبون كل صيحة عليهم هم العدو فاحذرهم قاتلهم الله أنى يؤفكون وإذا قيل لهم تعالوا يستغفر لكم رسول الله لووا رؤوسهم ورأيتهم يصدون وهم مستكبرون سواء عليهم أستغفرت لهم أم لم تستغفر لهم لن يغفر الله لهم إن الله لا يهدي القوم الفاسقين هم الذين يقولون لا تنفقوا على من عند رسول الله حتى ينفضوا ولله خزائن السماوات والأرض ولكن المنافقين لا يفقهون يقولون لئن رجعنا إلى المدينة ليخرجن الأعز منها الأذل ولله العزة ولرسوله وللمؤمنين ولكن المنافقين لا يعلمون يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تلهكم أموالكم ولا أولادكم عن ذكر الله ومن يفعل ذلك فأولئك هم الخاسرون وأنفقوا مما رزقناكم من قبل أن يأتي أحدكم الموت فيقول رب لولا أخرتني إلى أجل قريب فأصدق وأكن من الصالحين ولن يؤخر الله نفسا إذا جاء أجلها والله خبير بما تعملون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها النبي لم تحرم ما أحل الله لك تبتغي مرضات أزواجك والله غفور رحيم قد فرض الله لكم تحلة أيمانكم والله مولاكم وهو العليم الحكيم وإذ أسر النبي إلى بعض أزواجه حديثا فلما نبأت به وأظهره الله عليه عرف بعضه وأعرض عن بعض فلما نبأها به قالت من أنبأك هذا قال نبأني العليم الخبير إن تتوبا إلى الله فقد صغت قلوبكما وإن تظاهرا عليه فإن الله هو مولاه وجبريل وصالح المؤمنين والملائكة بعد ذلك ظهير عسى ربه إن طلقكن أن يبدله أزواجا خيرا منكن مسلمات مؤمنات قانتات تائبات عابدات سائحات ثيبات وأبكارا يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون يا أيها الذين كفروا لا تعتذروا اليوم إنما تجزون ما كنتم تعملون يا أيها الذين آمنوا توبوا إلى الله توبة نصوحا عسى ربكم أن يكفر عنكم سيئاتكم ويدخلكم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار يوم لا يخزي الله النبي والذين آمنوا معه نورهم يسعى بين أيديهم وبأيمانهم يقولون ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير يا أيها النبي جاهد الكفار والمنافقين واغلظ عليهم ومأواهم جهنم وبئس المصير ضرب الله مثلا للذين كفروا امرأة نوح وامرأة لوط كانتا تحت عبدين من عبادنا صالحين فخانتاهما فلم يغنيا عنهما من الله شيئا وقيل ادخلا النار مع الداخلين وضرب الله مثلا للذين آمنوا امرأة فرعون إذ قالت رب ابن لي عندك بيتا في الجنة ونجني من فرعون وعمله ونجني من القوم الظالمين ومريم بنت عمران التي أحصنت فرجها فنفخنا فيه من روحنا وصدقت بكلمات ربها وكتبه وكانت من القانتين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها المزمل قم الليل إلا قليلا نصفه أو انقص منه قليلا أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا إنا سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا إن ناشئة الليل هي أشد وطئا وأقوم قيلا إن لك في النهار سبحا طويلا واذكر اسم ربك وتبتل إليه تبتيلا رب المشرق والمغرب لا إله إلا هو فاتخذه وكيلا واصبر على ما يقولون واهجرهم هجرا جميلا وذرني والمكذبين أولي النعمة ومهلهم قليلا إن لدينا أنكالا وجحيما وطعاما ذا غصة وعذابا أليما يوم ترجف الأرض والجبال وكانت الجبال كثيبا مهيلا إنا أرسلنا إليكم رسولا شاهدا عليكم كما أرسلنا إلى فرعون رسولا فعصى فرعون الرسول فأخذناه أخذا وبيلا فكيف تتقون إن كفرتم يوما يجعل الولدان شيبا السماء منفطر به كان وعده مفعولا إن هذه تذكرة فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه سبيلا إن ربك يعلم أنك تقوم أدنى من ثلثي الليل ونصفه وثلثه وطائفة من الذين معك والله يقدر الليل والنهار علم أن لن تحصوه فتاب عليكم فقرؤوا ما تيسر من القرآن علم أن سيكون منكم مرضى وآخرون يضربون في الأرض يبتغون من فضل الله وآخرون يقاتلون في سبيل الله فاقرؤوا ما تيسر منه وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة فأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأقرضوا الله قرضا حسنا وما تقدموا لأنفسكم من خير تجدوه عند الله هو خيرا وأعظم واستغفروا الله إن الله غفور رحيم.
ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين. ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين. ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين. رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين. رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين. رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين. رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا وأدخلني برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين. رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعاء. ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعاء ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعاء ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب. يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلبي على دينك يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلبي على دينك يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلبي على دينك ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يسبح لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض الملك القدوس العزيز الحكيم هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة وإن كانوا من قبل قبل لفي ضلال مبين وآخرين منهم لما يلحقوا بهم وهو العزيز الحكيم ذلك فضل الله يؤتيه من يشاء والله ذو الفضل العظيم مثل الذين حملوا التوراة ثم لم يحملوها كمثل الحمار يحمل أسفارا بئس مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآيات الله والله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين قل يا أيها الذين هادوا إن زعمتم أنكم أولياء لله من دون الناس فتمنوا الموت إن كنتم صادقين ولا يتمنونه أبدا بما قدمت أيديهم والله عليم بالظالمين قل إن الموت الذي تفرون منه فإنه ملاقيكم ثم تردون إلى عالم الغيب والشهادة فينبئكم بما كنتم تعملون يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا نودي للصلاة من يوم الجمعة فاسعوا إلى ذكر الله وذروا البيع ذلكم خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون فإذا قضيت الصلاة فانتشروا في الأرض وابتغوا من فضل الله واذكروا الله كثيرا لعلكم تفلحون وإذا رأوا تجارة أو لهوا انفضوا إليها وتركوك قائما قل ما عند الله خير من اللهو ومن التجارة والله خير الرازقين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاءك المنافقون قالوا نشهد إنك لرسول الله والله يعلم إنك لرسوله والله يشهد إن المنافقين لكاذبون اتخذوا أيمانهم جنة فصدوا عن سبيل الله إنهم ساء ما كانوا يعملون ذلك بأنهم آمنوا ثم كفروا فطبع على قلوبهم فهم لا يفقهون وإذا رأيتهم تعجبك أجسامهم وإن يقولوا تسمع لقولهم كأنهم خشب مسندة يحسبون كل صيحة عليهم هم العدو فاحذرهم قاتلهم الله أنى يؤفكون وإذا قيل لهم تعالوا يستغفر لكم رسول الله لووا رؤوسهم ورأيتهم يصدون وهم مستكبرون سواء عليهم أستغفرت لهم أم لم تستغفر لهم لن يغفر الله لهم إن الله لا يهدي القوم الفاسقين هم الذين يقولون لا تنفقوا على من عند رسول الله حتى ينفضوا ولله خزائن السماوات والأرض ولكن المنافقين لا يفقهون يقولون لئن رجعنا إلى المدينة ليخرجن الأعز منها الأذل ولله العزة ولرسوله وللمؤمنين ولكن المنافقين لا يعلمون يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تلهكم أموالكم ولا أولادكم عن ذكر الله ومن يفعل ذلك فأولئك هم الخاسرون وأنفقوا مما رزقناكم من قبل أن يأتي أحدكم الموت فيقول رب لولا أخرتني إلى أجل قريب فأصدق وأكن من الصالحين ولن يؤخر الله نفسا إذا جاء أجلها والله خبير بما تعملون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها النبي لم تحرم ما أحل الله لك تبتغي مرضات أزواجك والله غفور رحيم قد فرض الله لكم تحلة أيمانكم والله مولاكم وهو العليم الحكيم وإذ أسر النبي إلى بعض أزواجه حديثا فلما نبأت به وأظهره الله عليه عرف بعضه وأعرض عن بعض فلما نبأها به قالت من أنبأك هذا قال نبأني العليم الخبير إن تتوبا إلى الله فقد صغت قلوبكما وإن تظاهرا عليه فإن الله هو مولاه وجبريل وصالح المؤمنين والملائكة بعد ذلك ظهير عسى ربه إن طلقكن أن يبدله أزواجا خيرا منكن مسلمات مؤمنات قانتات تائبات عابدات عابدات سائحات ثيبات وأبكارا يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون يا أيها الذين كفروا لا تعتذروا اليوم إنما تجزون ما كنتم تعملون يا أيها الذين آمنوا توبوا إلى الله توبة نصوحا عسى ربكم أن يكفر عنكم سيئاتكم ويدخلكم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار يوم لا يخزي الله النبي والذين آمنوا معه نورهم يسعى بين أيديهم وبأيمانهم يقولون ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير يا أيها النبي جاهد الكفار والمنافقين واغلظ عليهم ومأواهم جهنم وبئس المصير ضرب الله مثلا للذين كفروا امرأة نوح وامرأة لوط كانتا تحت عبدين من عبادنا صالحين فخانتاهما فلم يغنيا عنهما من الله شيئا وقيل ادخلا النار مع الداخلين وضرب الله مثلا للذين آمنوا امرأة فرعون إذ قالت رب ابن لي عندك بيتا في الجنة ونجني من فرعون وعمله ونجني من القوم الظالمين ومريم ابنة عمران التي أحصنت فرجها فنفخنا فيه من روحنا وصدقت بكلمات ربها وكتبه وكانت من القانتين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها المزمل قم الليل إلا قليلا نصفه أو انقص منه قليلا أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا إنا سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا إن ناشئة الليل هي أشد وطئا وأقوم قيلا إن لك في النهار سبحا طويلا واذكر اسم ربك وتبتل إليه تبتيلا رب المشرق والمغرب لا إله إلا هو فاتخذه وكيلا واصبر على ما يقولون واهجرهم هجرا جميلا وذرني والمكذبين أولي النعمة ومهلهم قليلا إن لدينا أنكالا وجحيما وطعاما ذا غصة وعذابا أليما يوم ترجف الأرض والجبال وكانت الجبال كثيبا مهيلا إنا أرسلنا إليكم رسولا شاهدا عليكم كما أرسلنا إلى فرعون رسولا فعصى فرعون الرسول فأخذناه أخذا وبيلا فكيف تتقون إن كفرتم يوما يجعل الولدان شيبا السماء منفطر به كان وعده مفعولا إن هذه تذكرة فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه سبيلا إن ربك يعلم أنك تقوم أدنى من ثلثي الليل ونصفه وثلثه وطائفة من الذين معك والله يقدر الليل والنهار علم أن لن تحصوه فتاب عليكم فقرؤوا ما تيسر من القرآن علم أن سيكون منكم مرضى وآخرون يضربون في الأرض يبتغون من فضل الله وآخرون يقاتلون في سبيل الله فاقرؤوا ما تيسر منه وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة فأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأقرضوا الله قرضا حسنا وما تقدموا لأنفسكم من خير تجدوه عند الله هو خيرا وأعظم أجرا واستغفروا الله إن الله غفور رحيم.
Now today, my guest is none other than the world-renowned British-Israeli professor, Avi Shlaim. Professor Shlaim is an Emeritus Fellow of St. Anthony's College and an Emeritus Professor of International Relations at the University of Oxford. He is one of Israel's new historians, a group of Israeli scholars who put forward critical interpretations of the history of Zionism and Israel. Professor Shlaim was born to wealthy Jewish parents in Baghdad in 1945, and like many Iraqi Jews, his family were forced to move to the newly created State of Israel in 1947. Professor Shlaim, welcome to the Islam Channel podcast.
It's a pleasure to be here.
No, the pleasure is all ours. I mean, Professor Shlaim, you are somebody who is world-renowned, and I think our viewers will understand when I say world-renowned, it's not a title to be taken lightly. You are known across the Muslim and Arab world. You're also known in Western literary circles and also in academia for the work that you've done. But today's podcast is more about finding who is, with all respect, Avi Shlaim, when we take away the title professor. And you were very kind enough to gift me one of your books, which is a fascinating read into the life of who you describe to be an Arab Jew, a title which many will think, well, actually, does that actually exist? Is there such a thing as an Arab Jew? Three Worlds is the book that I'm talking about, and our viewers will see the title in the graphic that we'll put as I'm speaking. Tell us how your family felt as Iraqi Arabs, Arab Jews, in fact, before Israel was even thought of as an idea.
So I was born in Baghdad in 1945 to a Jewish family, and in 1950 we moved to Israel, rather reluctantly, as you suggested, because we were Iraqi Jews. We had very deep roots in the country. The Jews were in Iraq for 2.5 millennia since the Babylonian exile. We were in Iraq long before the rise of Islam, so we were not newcomers, and we were certainly not intruders. We were children of the land, and we were Arab Jews. We were Iraqis whose religion happened to be Judaism.
Yeah.
But Judaism wasn't our main identifier. We are Iraqis to all intents and purposes, but our religion was Judaism. And we spoke Arabic at home. We only spoke Arabic at home. Our social customs were Arab customs. Our food was Middle Eastern food.
Yeah.
And we had many Muslim friends, as well as Christian friends. Faisal I, the first king of Iraq, who after the First World War had the job of unifying many diverse groups in Iraq into one nation, made a special effort to embrace the Jews. And my mother, who went to the Alliance Israélite Universelle in Baghdad, the school for girls, remembers when King Faisal I came to visit her school, and he was accompanied by the chief rabbi.
Wow.
So the Jews there were Jewish communities throughout the Arab world. There were Jewish communities in Egypt, in Syria, in Lebanon, but the largest Jewish community was in Iraq. It was also the wealthiest, the most prosperous, the most successful community, and it contributed at every level to nation building.
Yes.
So we had a strong sense of belonging in Iraq. My mother used to talk a great deal about the Jewish contribution, positive Jewish contribution to all aspects of life in Iraq. And she also used to talk about the wonderful Muslim friends that we had in Baghdad.
Yes.
And one day I asked her, did we also have Zionist friends? And she looked at me as if this was a very strange question, and she said, no, Zionism is an Ashkenazi thing. It's nothing to do with us.
An Ashkenazi would be?
A Jew from Europe.
Okay.
As opposed to a Sephardi Jew that is a Jew from the Middle East or North Africa.
Okay. So in terms, let's stay with Iraq and the community, the Jewish community there. You say they were integrated. The cultures and mores, I suppose, were Arab in all intents and purposes. Perhaps the dress and the lifestyle. Would you say then your links to the Ashkenazi, the European Jew, were more in terms of being co-religionists as opposed to anything else in terms of how you viewed the world and your place in the world?
Yes, I would say that most definitely, because we lived in Iraq, we spoke Arabic, linguistically and culturally, we had much more in common with other Iraqis, whether Muslims or Christian, than we had with our co-religionists from Europe. We didn't know very much about their lives in Europe or their cultures. So yes, I would say culturally we were Arabs first and foremost, and Judaism was second.
Many people listening to this will probably not know a world where there are large numbers of Jews living in Arab and Muslim countries. But I suppose this was the norm prior to 1947, prior to World War II, in fact, where large numbers of Jews lived in Muslim countries as part of that society. Is that something which was a norm for a lot? You mentioned Jews were in Iraq before the advent of Islam for 2 millennia, and you cite the Babylonian exile, which is a very, very important period in history for Jews. So my question, I suppose, is the integration, where you say it was very integrated, that seems to be something far off, whereas is it as far off and as I suppose more of an ideal now than it actually was back in those days?
My memoirs have excited a lot of interest in the Arab world. And the reason for that is that any Arabs or Muslims who were born after 1948, after Israel was established, would have no idea of this reality that I describe in the book. All they know is Israel and the Palestinians, the conflict.
Yes.
They wouldn't know that once upon a time, the Middle East, the landscape was totally different. That's partly the reason that I wrote my book, and that is to recapture and reanimate a distinct Jewish civilization of the Near East, which was blown away in the 20th century by the cold winds of nationalism. Iraq was a very good example of this kind of pluralism
Yeah.
that I'm talking about. In Iraq, there were many minorities. There were Christians, there were Chaldeans, the Catholics,
Yes.
there were Turkmens, there were Yazidis, and there was a long tradition of religious tolerance, of let live and let live by the different minorities. So we as Jews, we didn't stand out. We were one minority among many. Iraq did not have a Jewish problem, in inverted commas. Europe had a Jewish problem. In Europe, the Jews were the other. In Iraq, the Jews were not the other. They were one minority. The Jews did not live in ghettos. This was a very pluralistic world, which was with a distinct culture, political culture, which came down from the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire seems centuries away.
Yes.
And it doesn't have a good reputation, but it has its saving graces. And although it was a Muslim empire, it was multi-ethnic and multilingual, and it afforded a large measure of civil and religious rights to all the minorities. And the Jews thrived under the Ottoman Empire. And the logic of the Ottoman Empire was pluralism. After the defeat of the Ottoman Empire, when the colonial powers reshaped the Middle East in their own image, nationalism was the guiding principle.
Yes.
So under the Ottoman Empire, the logic was pluralism, whereas in the post-World War I landscape, nationalism was a dominant force, and nationalism is a very divisive force.
Yes.
It's us and them, Jews and Arabs, Jews and Muslims, Israelis and Palestinians.
Yes.
So the political culture of the Ottoman Empire, the ecumenical culture, suited the region much better than the nationalist framework of separate nation states with borders between them and never-ending conflict. So an Algerian Berber under the Ottoman Empire could go all the way to Istanbul without a passport.
Yes.
It was all open. Whereas the peace settlement that was imposed on the region by the victorious powers in the First World War, Britain and France, this didn't suit the region and its culture. And I call it the post-Ottoman syndrome. And the key feature of the post-Ottoman syndrome is lack of legitimacy. The rulers were handpicked by the colonial powers.
Yes.
They were not legitimate. They were not elected. The political systems were
Foreign
not.
to the- yeah.
They were foreign. They were not democracy. There was no peaceful means of bringing about political change. And the borders of the new Middle East were illegitimate because they were artificial borders cutting across live communities. This is what I call the post-Ottoman syndrome, which has produced never-ending strife and conflict and bloodshed right until today.
So you describe a bygone world now. That world has gone. For you, obviously, it's quite sad that's gone. For many, they'll have a different view on that. But let's go back to yourself. So I suppose in that atmosphere, let's say around the 1930s, the 1940s, more and more, I suppose, the space would have been closing in on Arab Jews or Iraqi Jews in your case. Tell us about how your family or your parents felt in terms of their experiences, which led to them having to, I suppose, flee Iraq into what maybe they viewed it as a homecoming, but in your book you very clearly say that for many of the elders in your community in Iraq, they viewed Israel as a faraway country of which we knew little.
In the 1930s, things in Iraq began to change, especially after the Nazi Party came to power in Germany in 1933. And then there was growing Nazi propaganda in Iraq. Part of that propaganda was anti-Semitic.
Yes.
But I'd like to emphasize that anti-Semitism is not an Arab or a Muslim phenomenon. It didn't grow in the Middle East. Anti-Semitism is a European malady. From Europe, it was transported to the Middle East. And anti-Semitism in Europe has its roots in the Middle Ages, particularly the church.
Yes.
It's the Christian church which was the generator of anti-Semitism.
Absolutely, yes.
It's interesting to note that in the 30s and 40s, when anti-Semitism was spreading in the Arab world, there was no Arabic literature which was anti-Semitic. So anti-Semitic literature had to be translated from European languages into Arabic. For example, Hitler's Mein Kampf. So things began to change for the Jews in Iraq. The environment became more hostile, we were caught between two forces. Arab nationalism, and one manifestation of that was to reject the Jews as outsiders, as aliens. The Istiqlal Party represented that trend in Iraq, and it called for the expulsion of the Jews and the confiscation of the property. And on the other hand, there was the Zionist movement, which had embarked by this time on the systematic takeover of Palestine, with British support, starting with the Balfour Declaration of 1917. The Zionist movement was taking over Palestine and pushing out some of the Palestinians. So there was a clash between two national movements, which affected the position of Jews in the Arab world. Things came to a head in 1948 when the State of Israel was established, and there was the first Arab-Israeli war. Zionism was an important factor here in understanding what happened, because Zionism gave the Jews, for the first time in 2 millennia, a territorial dimension.
Yes.
There was now a Jewish state nearby. So for any right-wing Arab nationalist, for any member of the Istiqlal Party, it became easier to say to Jews, you don't belong here, you're foreigners, you're outsiders, you're not our friends, go and join your brothers. And also your brothers in Palestine are the ones who are expelling our brothers, the Palestinians.
Yes.
The 1948 war was a turning point in the history of the Jews in the region. And the Jewish community in Iraq, which had been a very constructive element in Iraqi society, was viewed increasingly as a fifth column. The Iraqi army fought in Palestine. When the war was over, all the neighboring Arab states signed armistice agreements with Israel, but the Iraqi army withdrew without signing an armistice agreement. So officially, Iraq is still at war with Israel today. And after the war, there was persecution of the Jews at the official level. There was popular hostility towards the Jews after the war.
Is that because they held them to be responsible for what was taking place in Palestine, or is it because of a more deep-seated hostility, as some would argue, particularly those from a Zionist persuasion?
I think that the main reason was official hostility towards the Jews, because the Iraqi government was a failure. It failed militarily on the battlefield in Palestine, so it was the shame of the Arab defeat. But more importantly, it was not a good government which had failed domestically. It failed its people. And therefore the Jews were picked on as a convenient scapegoat. And the Jews and the Zionists could be blamed for the Arab defeat in Palestine and for the failures of the Iraqi government. So the Iraqi government cynically exploited anti-Jewish sentiment in order to prop up its own position. And it actually started persecution at the official level. So Jewish civil servants were fired from the government. Jewish merchants had more and more restrictions placed on their activities, and there were quotas imposed on Jewish students at universities. And I think that was the main reason for the eventual exodus of the Jews from Iraq.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. My dear viewers of Islam Channel, welcome to our new program, Melodies of the Quran. This is Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim, CEO of Seven Sparks Relief Foundation, and these are our very special reciters coming all the way from Egypt to lead the Taraweeh prayer here in the UK and to entertain Muslims by offering them the arts of the Quran here on Islam Channel, inshallah. Without any further ado, we have 4 distinguished guests, inshallah. The program is usually run with 4 guests, inshallah. We have from the right, we have Sheikh Hani Al-Husseini, one of the Qurra and the Egyptian media, TV and radio. We have Sheikh Muhammad Salah Tajuddin, and we have Qari Bilal Al-Sanhuri, winner of the International Quran Competition in Saudi Arabia, first prize, alhamdulillah. And we have distinguished Qari Mu'taz Al-Ghannam. The setup of the program, the 2 sheikhs on my right hand side will be reciting the verses of fasting in the different melodies of the Quran. We have 8 different melodies with which the Quran can be recited, and these melodies are called in Arabic maqamat, and these are Bayati, Saba, Hugaz, Kurd, Nahawand, Rast, Agam, and Sika. I repeat, Bayati, Saba, Hugaz, Kurd, Nahawand, Rast, Agam, and Sika. These 8 melodies of the Quran, the same verse will be recited, and then you will hear a slightly different tune. And this is what we call maqamat. And after we finish with the sheikhs, inshallah, we will move to the sheikhs on my left hand side. Qari Bilal, mashallah, he reads with the 10 qira'at. He will recite the verses of the Quran with different qira'at. Obviously, you won't be able to finish all 10 in one session, but we will also move to Sheikh Mu'taz, who will be reading in Hafs, inshallah. Sheikh Bilal will be reading in Warish and Khalaf and Qalun as well, inshallah. Without any further ado, we will start with Qari Muhammad Salah from my right hand side, who will read the verse of Siyam with 1 maqam, Bayatis to start with, and then Sheikh Hani will read the following ayah with the same maqam, and then Sheikh Muhammad will come to the first ayah again with a different maqam, Saba in this time, and then Sheikh Hani will do the same with the following ayah, inshallah. Without any further ado, we'll start with Qari Muhammad Salah reading Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykum as-siyam with the maqam of Bayati, which is the first of the 8 maqamats. Sheikh Muhammad, Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الصيام كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون أياما معدودات أياما معدودات فمن كان منكم مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر وعلى الذين يطيقونه فدية طعام مسكين فمن تطوع خيرا فهو خير له وأن تصوموا خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون.
فتح الله لك شيخ. That was the called Bayati Maqam. We move now to the same ayahs again, but with the Saba Maqam, which is a bit more like a sad tune. So inshallah, Sheikh Muhammad will repeat the same ayah with the Saba Maqam, and you should be able to notice the slight difference between the two melodies, inshallah. Sheikh Muhammad.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصم ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام لعلكم تشكرون.
If you can bring the same ayah again, الآية نفس الآية الأخيرة إن شاء الله, with the حجاز مقام إن شاء الله. شيخ محمد, we read the first part of the ayah, الجزء الأول من الآية. شيخ هاني الجزء الثاني من الآية بمقام الحجاز. So they are reciting the last ayah again inshallah with a different maqam which is called Hujaz. Sheikh Muhammad will start the first part of the ayah and Sheikh Hani will start the second part of the ayah inshallah, and you should be able to notice the difference in the tune inshallah. Sheikh Muhammad.
شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان. شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان. فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصم ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر ولتكملوا العدة ولتكبروا الله. يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر ولتكملوا العدة ولتكبروا الله ولتكبروا الله على ما هداكم ولعلكم تشكرون.
فتح الله عليكم فضيلة الشيوخ. Brothers, there are 8 maqamats. Unfortunately, the program time is just 20 minutes, so we won't be able to finish the 8 maqamats. We'll move inshallah to the second section of the program. We will be reciting the same verses. This slow style is called mujawwaz, similar to Sheikh Abdul Basit style when he reads slow. The style that we read in the normal salahs and in Salat al-Taraweeh, the fast style, is called murattal. And this we will come to our 2 guests, Sheikh Bilal and Sheikh Mu'taz, inshallah. Obviously, we have 10 qiraat, mashallah. Not all of the qiraat will read the same verses differently, but they will agree sometimes and they will disagree sometimes. So in these verses of fasting, we got the main qiraat that have difference are 4. The Hafs and Asim, the regular one that we read here in the UK, in Saudi, in Egypt. And we get Warsh and Nafi', which is more common kind of in North Africa, like Algeria and Morocco. And we go also Khalaf and Hamza, and we got Qalun and Nafi'. These 4 qiraat they read the verses of the Siyam, the fasting, in different melodies. We'll start with Sheikh Mu'taz, inshallah, who will read the verse of Siyam with the most common riwayah we all know is Hafs an Asim. He also will be at the same time while reading with Hafs, he will be also copying the famous Sheikh Mahmoud Ali al-Banna, one of the greatest ever sheikhs of reciting the Quran. So Sheikh Mu'taz will be reading Hafs an Asim in the voice of Sheikh Mahmoud Ali al-Banna. Mu'taz, تفضل. محمود علي البنا آيات الصيام.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. أياما معدودات. فمن كان منكم مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر. وعلى الذين يطيقونه فدية طعام مسكين. فمن تطوع خيرا فهو خير له وأن تصوموا خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون. شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان. فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصمه. ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر. يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر ولتكملوا العدة ولتكبروا الله على ما هداكم ولعلكم تشكرون.
MashaAllah, Sheikh Mu'taz recited with the voice of Sheikh Mahmoud Ali al-Banna for the qira'ah of Hafs an Asim. Now we move to Sheikh Bilal, who is a very, very specialist. MashaAllah, he won the first prize in the international Quran competition in Saudi Arabia, the prize #1 on the wallet in the qira'at, MashaAllah. So he's going to entertain us, inshallah, with the qira'at of Warsh an Nafi', same verses, and you will notice the differences. Obviously, the qira'at all go back to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that's why the part of the 7 ahruf or 7 dialects which the Quran was revealed, we have these 10 qira'at, which is just part of the 7 ahruf. Sheikh Bilal will start, inshallah, reciting Warsh an Nafi'. Sheikh, تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من